We are keeping an eye on. It is the hourly garage, so please keep that in mind if you're going to be in this area, in this direction. We're working to find out what roads may be closed, so please, if you can steer clear of this area, it is advised that you do so. So hopefully we're able to get some video up at this point, but there is a JFRD presence. You do see a ladder truck there. We have heard that possibly this could involve multiple vehicles. Not sure how this started, but it is information that we are still gathering, still learning from JFRD. We have Janice Harris on the way. We also have Yvette Sanchez on the way. We're also working to potentially get one of our anchors there as well to gather some more information. So we're on the phone right now with Captain Eric Proswimmer. We're hoping to learn some new information. This did just come down. Not sure exactly what time this broke out, but this did happen just a little while ago. And as of now, it is unclear how long the garage will be closed, but that is new information that we are gathering at this hour. So it is now 12:56. So we were first alerted to this just a little while ago, and we don't have the video just yet, but once we do, I will tell you, I was able to see it. This is from an airport camera. Lots of smoke billowing. It filled almost the full screen of what we were able to see from that camera. So it goes to show you that firefighters are working with something pretty serious here. So we're hearing that this could involve multiple vehicles. That information is still coming in at this point. So if you're just joining us, JAX Airport is currently closed. That's the video right there. So you see it is it's very big. It is billowing from that area. It looks like it may even be coming from the top floor there. This is my first time being able to see it that closely. So possibly coming from the top floor there. And you see that JFRD was there quickly. So new information, new video we're able to show you. It was billowing. No word yet if it is fully under control, but we were showing you live a moment ago that it was no longer smoking, but that doesn't mean it's fully under control. So we've heard that this could also be a second alarm fire. What that means is they have to bring in more resources to contain the situation. So we know that the airport is closed. Working to find out in other ways, how does that impact the airport? Does that mean evacuations? We're working to find out if any other cars are involved, what kind of impact could be happening here at this point. So it did break out just a little while ago. This is video from earlier. This is not a live picture. This is from earlier. And you can see just how large that those flames really were. So we are working to gather as many new details as we can, and that is something that we're going to be updating you here on News4Jax and of course on news4jax.com. But the situation is rather serious. We're still learning new information, but this did happen. The smoke was billowing, and it did this for several minutes because we saw this happening live in our newsroom. The smoke is no longer there. This is just video from earlier, but it goes to show you how serious this really was. And you have to imagine lots of things, lots of factors come into play, whether that means getting people out of there, what that looks like. I did mention earlier that we had been hearing from sources that partial beam collapses could be involved. I'm going to learn more about what exactly that means and what that process is in determining that. So still lots to learn at this point, but if you are joining us, we want you to know that Jax Airport is currently closed. That's due to a car fire. This is in the hourly garage. So if you're planning to fly today, or if you're going to be picking someone up, understand that this situation will impact you. So this is a look at the website. This is Flight Aware, so you can see flights that are in the vicinity of JAX. This is for your planning purposes. Definitely keep an eye on this because we know that the impact is there and you will need to plan around this. So it looks like we're highlighting all of this. This is happening live right now because, okay, these are flights that are delayed going in or out. So this is a good resource for you. If it's hard to see, this is something you can pull up on your computer. It is Flight Aware, so you can stay on top of that. And JAX, the airport itself, does a good job with that as well. So definitely something you need to keep an eye on. This is new information that is coming in. Okay, we're back live now. You can see there's no longer any smoke. but that does not mean the situation is necessarily contained. Obviously, it is a process that's just beginning. We see JFRD is still there on scene and still working to contain all of this. Still working to find out exactly what prompted this, because we heard this could involve several vehicles. And there's that video once again, if you're just joining us, so it shows you how serious the situation really is. So we are on the phone with JAX, we are on the phone with council members, we are working to find out what is next for JFRD. So that is information we are still trying to gather at this point. So there is going to be quite a response. All right, so we do see, this is live, right here's a live picture, a couple of first responders arriving. They appear to be ambulances, so we're going to be asking, is anybody injured? Is anybody being transported? A lot of new information to learn and a lot of new information to gather. So if we're keeping an eye on this, we're doing so as best we can. A lot of this is happening right now, so a lot of moving parts, and definitely want to stress to stay away from this area if you possibly can. Be aware that this is happening. If you're going to be picking someone up or going to be flying out, just be advised that this will delay the entire process because clearly JAX Airport is currently closed at this point. So looking once again live, and you can, not live, but earlier, you can see how serious the situation was. And it still is. It's still coming in, still information coming down at this point. So guys, I'm just talking to my producers now. If we can get any new information, please pass that along so we can keep our viewers informed. Okay, good. Let's go now to News4Jax reporter Yvette Sanchez, who is live there at the scene. Yvette, tell us what you could see and what you've learned.
So we haven't learned much while we've been here, Ashley, but I will tell you that coming in, it was filled with traffic. They actually do have everything blocked off, so you can see right here, they are redirecting everything. You can't get past the barrier right there, obviously. And you also do have a lot of upset travelers. They're going to be over here. And a lot of them are yelling. They're asking for updates, what's going on, how are they going to get to the garage. I don't know if many of these people are trying to leave the airport, if they're, picking someone up, but a lot of people don't know what's going on. Everyone is being redirected. There is still a lot of traffic right now on the way here. We were actually behind probably one of the fire hydrants that were coming through, but for right now, there is still no word on exactly what has happened. We haven't learned much, but once we do, we will definitely keep you guys updated on air and online. But for right now, live at the airport, Yvette Sanchez, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, Yvette, obviously it is a situation that is frustrating and concerning for a lot of people. You come in to the airport and you certainly don't expect this. We saw that those upset people, understandably, because nobody can prepare for something like this. This is a look earlier. You can see just how serious that smoke was. I have reached out to Councilman Reggie Gaffney Jr. because this is his district. I'm hoping to hear from him at some point, see what he has learned about this, what the response is, what exactly is happening at this point. So looking live, okay, we're back live. So what we're seeing is several fire trucks. Clearly they've got the large ladder extended, and that is to the top floor, and that's what we saw earlier. It appeared that smoke was coming from that top floor. So whatever occurred, a lot of it, they're still working to contain all of it. And one of the main questions we definitely have is anybody injured? What led up to this? This is in the hourly garage, so that gives us an idea of the vehicle's not been there very long, so what exactly occurred here? So lots of questions that need to be answered. We do have, I know Janice Harris is on the way as well. She has been working with her sources in hopes of gathering new information. So if you're just joining us, JAX Airport is currently closed, and that is because of the car fire that is there in the hourly garage. There is no indication of how long the garage will be closed, what exactly the process is in terms of trying to secure that entire area. Obviously, it is a process. We've seen Jacksonville Fire and Rescue handle situations like this before. A lot goes into it, and we know they do an incredible job at what they do and keeping everyone safe. So let's look at this. We have some new video. Okay, this appears to be some cell phone video, possibly from a viewer, and they're sharing with us a different perspective here. We see the actual fire. Okay, that is our first time seeing the actual flames of this fire, and that smoke just billowing out. So it seems to me it's probably accurate that this could involve multiple vehicles. So that is something we are keeping an eye on. We know that we expect to hear more from our reporters, hopefully in the coming minutes, in the coming hours. A lot of this is still new information just coming in. So we're working with our sources, trying to get as many new details as we can. We've also reached out many times to the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue, and also going to ask about JSO, what their involvement is in terms of securing this area, because it is an airport. Dozens of flights go in and out of JAX each day, and it involves a lot of people, of course, so there's a lot going on as well. If we could go back live, if at all possible, I just want to see how things look now. This is coming from the airport camera, so they're giving us a pan shot here, that side-to-side view. So you can see that the smoke is out. I hear that we're possibly able to go back to Yvette. Is that true? Okay, Yvette Sanchez, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
So I know you did mention that we had reached out to JSO. I actually saw a couple JSO sheriff's cars they start pulling in. They did not actually go past this barrier. They went this way, so I'm not exactly sure their involvement or what they're going to be doing. But just for context, we are nowhere really near where it's happened, but it would be down that way, and you can't see any smoke or anything. But what you do see is you see a lot of people just walking around. They look fairly confused. A lot of people with their luggage. They're standing, they're waiting. Everyone is on their phones. It looks like they're trying to look for some type of updates, but we were hearing that some of them were saying it's completely closed. We're working to get, those details flushed out for us so we know exactly what's going on. But they even told us, the media, they told us to go towards the cell phone lot. They're trying to keep everyone away, obviously, from that structure. We have not heard anything as to, what's happened, if anyone is injured or anything like that. I don't know if, Victor, you might want to turn this way so they could see the traffic that is actually coming in. So it's not as bad as once we got here. I think people are starting to get notified in some type of capacity that something's going on. So they're either being diverted or they are, avoiding the airport at all costs.
Okay, yes, we see lots of that traffic. So it appears they're diverting traffic as well, so that's something people need to be aware of, correct?
Yeah, so when you come in, most of them, they are either obviously, instead of going straight, what they're having them do is they're either having them go to the left, which is towards the cell phone lot, or to the right. Now, I don't know if these are people, again, that are coming. Obviously, these are people who are coming to pick up or drop off. We're actually going to go talk to more of these people that are standing here. They all have their suitcases, so we're just going to kind of see what they've been told, if they know of anything, if this is affecting anything. So we'll go and try to talk to some people and hear what they're also saying as well.
Yvette, thank you so much, and we know we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. I'm on JAX's website right now. We are seeing some delays starting to pop up on the screen. Let's see, what I'm looking at right now is departures. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so around a dozen departure flights are delayed at this point. So this goes to show you the importance of being proactive and looking at the flights. And I'm also now looking at arrivals. Several of these are delayed as well. Some going as far late as 6:23 this evening. So yeah, that goes to show you the impact that is happening here with having the airport temporarily closed. We're saying temporarily closed. We don't have answers yet on how long that's going to be, because clearly this is a process. And looking live once again, we can see that garage. JFRD is still there. So still lots to do, still lots to figure out. I know Janice Harris is on her way there as well. She may already be there, in fact. So we know we're going to hear from some people, learn new information, and looking live at that not live, but looking at that cell phone once again, you can see that is really our first time seeing the flames, and really very intense. Just goes to show you whatever occurred there is really very serious. So I'm also reaching out to JAX officials as well. So JSO dispatch also just said the airport is closed. Try to avoid the area. That's coming from JSO, and I know Janice Harris. We can now talk to her. So Janice, can you hear me? What are you hearing and seeing?
Yes, Ashley. So we're approaching right now at Duval Road and also Airport Road, where the road is being shut down right now by law enforcement. Just in front of us, they're redirecting traffic. They have red tape up in front of us with the JSO vehicles right in front of us with their lights on. We just saw another JSO vehicle going down the road, lights and sirens coming to this location, moving further up. Now, when I spoke with officials, specifically Greg Willis with the Jacksonville International Airport, I said, how close can we get once we arrive? There's typical places where we go. They said the only place they're going to be allowing media at this point is the cell phone parking lot. That's a little further away, kind of like a waiting area that you would normally go to if you're picking someone up from the airport. You go to that area, probably about no more than a quarter of a mile away from the airport. But for safety reasons, that is the only place that they are allowing us to go to keep us away from where this fire is occurring. I asked them, when will you guys have a chance to give an update from the airport about what happened, why there were multiple vehicles on fire, how did these vehicles catch fire in the first place? They said they're going to be working internally to figure out what's going on and to give more information to the public once they've already had their internal meetings. So at this point, the roads are shut down. If you're near the area of Duval Road and Airport Road, you will not get through. This is in that area for people that may be familiar with the area. The landmarks are like the Comfort Inn Suites. There's a developer in Suites in this area. There's a gas station and a Crown Plaza. You will not get past that area. JSO is going to immediately turn you around, and you'll likely have to take a service drive. The service drives are still open, but that main road on Duval Road is now shut down. We cannot get through. So we're going to actually be working to find an alternative way as well to get to the airport. If you're departing from the airport right now, you can still get out. But once you get out, you'll have to take a service road, and then you'll go towards I-95 if you're trying to get on the interstate. So you can still get out, but you cannot get in. Ashley?
Thank you so much, Janice. Please be safe out there. We know that Yvette is elsewhere, and she's had a chance to see people who understandably are very confused and very frustrated. I know you're on the way, but have you been able to, travelers? Janice, are you there? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Let's go to Yvette. Hey, Yvette, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I can hear you guys.
Okay, tell us what you have. We know you've been talking to people.
Yeah, so I have been talking to people. We're actually here at the cell phone lot that I heard Janice mention that's where the media is. That's where a lot of these travelers are at as well. And I'm actually here with Samantha. So Samantha, were you here picking up someone?
Yeah, we had sat in the cell phone lot to pick up my parents and saw some smoke. So we were trying to figure out what was going on. So eventually we learned that there were 3 cars in the parking garage that had caught on fire. And they had shut the terminal down, so no one can go in or out. So those arrivals are stuck in the terminal, and there's a lot of passengers out here that are not able to get their flights.
And I know you said that you heard that there were the cars on fire. Now, where did you hear this from? Did you hear it from people that were inside the airport? Was it someone that, was it airport officials that told you? How did you guys hear about that?
We haven't heard anything from airport officials. It would be my mom who's inside the terminal. She had said they could see that and heard from people inside that there were cars on fire.
And I don't know if your mom has told you or how much you spoke to your mom, but what is it like inside the airport right now?
I haven't talked to her yet. We saw some video that they took of people kind of looking to see what's going on, but other than that, not sure.
But your mom and everyone, the flights are safe as, from what you know?
Yeah, from what I know, everything's safe. Yeah.
And about how long have you guys been waiting here? Because I know obviously you got here early to pick them up, but how long have you guys been waiting?
We've been waiting probably over an hour when they started to shut down traffic.
Okay. Alrighty, well, thank you so much for
Yeah,
telling us, Samantha.
yes.
I'm glad that your parents are safe and they're okay.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thanks, Yvette.
And as we learn more, we're going to talk to more people. And again, we will keep everyone updated. So we're just trying to really figure out what happened. So we're waiting on that timeline for responders to get back to us and let us know what's going on. But back to you, Ashley.
All right, Yvette, thank you so much. You know, Yvette was just talking to travelers who were waiting to pick people up, and because of this, they have, you know, they've been hindered from doing that, and it just goes to show you we're still learning quite a bit. She was also surrounded by other travelers there too, so they're in the same situation as well. So if we could possibly go back to that cell phone video for a moment, I just want to show our viewers that once again, just because when you see, and Richard Nunn is about to leave, but he was here and he was looking at that video as well, and he made a good point. He was talking about how it goes around like that. This could involve more than 2 or 3 vehicles. That's information we just don't know at this point. So we are staying on the air right now. I do see Reggie Gaffney Jr. He is calling me at this point. So people in the control room, if you're able to call the councilman, I would like to potentially get him on the air if we can. If you guys can hear me, can you call Reggie Gaffney Jr.? So this is his district. He is the council member. He is aware of the situation, he told me. So I would love to get him on the air if we possibly can at all, or even talk to one of our reporters. So again, this is earlier. This is that video showing that smoke, and it is very intense. The airport is closed because of that car fire. I have been looking at the airport's website, and there are pushing 20 delays now from the arrival standpoint. So like Yvette was talking to those people who are waiting for people to arrive. This is something that is impacting them. So on the departing side, we're looking at about 7 or 8. So lots of flights are being impacted by this, and potentially that number could get even larger. So, okay, now we're taking a look at the Department of Transportation. This is that entity's sky camera. So this is Airport Road, that is west of I-95. Well, we're not looking at any serious traffic issues from that angle. So I think it's important to show this to you all so you can be aware if you're going to be in that area. So we are working to get new information. We do have 2 reporters there. We expect to send more people there as well. So if we could, I'm hoping to get the councilman on camera or on the phone. Okay. All right, Karina. Do you? I'm sorry, guys. This is what happens with breaking news, so bear with us. Do you have his number? Okay. All right. So here's what we're working to do. We're trying to, obviously, I'm trying to talk on the air and keep you guys aware of what's happening, but also trying to gather new information. So let me see. Give me 1 second. Just looking live, once again, you can see how damaged the garage is. You can see that it appears to be smoke damage. So trying to gather new info. We know that our reporters are speaking with JFRD and speaking to anyone who is impacted by this. You see it's still very large presence, and that is something we're doing right now at this point. So I am reaching out to the councilman right now. So bear with me, guys. If you're just joining us, just take a look at our live images right here. Be aware that there is that car fire, and the Jax Airport is closed at this point. And I am still working my sources as well. So please just be aware. If we could let's go to Yvette. Yvette Sanchez, let's go back to you, please.
Hey, Ashley. So I'm actually here with Diane, and she's actually waiting to get onto a flight. So obviously you got here early.
Yes, we got here by like 12:35.
And you said your flight was already delayed by that time.
Yes, my flight was already delayed by 80 minutes.
Right. Now, have you gotten any updates as far as what's going on, or are you just getting updates from like your airline?
I haven't gotten any updates so far. Actually, I've been more texting family to let them know what's going on than checking for my flight, but I'm waiting to go home.
And were you here visiting, or?
Actually, I was here for a nursing conference. So I was here for 2 days with my company doing nurses training, and I'm waiting to go back to New Jersey.
Right. So what was it like when you were obviously you got here early, you're going to head in. So what was that process like? What did it look like when they said, hey, we're not going to let you in?
Well, we couldn't figure it out at first. My Uber driver was very nice. But we couldn't make head or tails out of what was going on. We just got directed to go in a circle. He's checking his GPS and all this sort of stuff. And finally, we landed up in the car lot here, the cell phone lot. We had a bit of a language barrier, but he was able to bring up a Google Translate to let me know what was going on as well once he found out. And unfortunately, because that's how he makes his living, he had to leave.
Right.
So here I am with everybody else stranded in the shade, thank goodness.
Now, no one from the airport has come out here. You guys obviously haven't seen any shuttles that would shuttle you to, you know, your guys' terminals.
Nobody's said anything, but a shuttle was parked here, and I went and I asked the guy driving, I'm like, when this opens up, are you guys going to come take us? He goes, once we hear and get the okay, I think that's the plan. And other people had said we could walk. So, waiting to find out what happens.
All right. Well, hopefully things get cleared up soon and everything goes well for you.
If not, I'm going back to my hotel. I will try again tomorrow.
And actually, we did just hear from Janice, and she did tell us that they have blocked off the main entrance. So they are trying to find their way on how to get in here. But we did also speak again with Samantha, and she told us that her mom actually texted her from inside. Now, obviously, we haven't heard this from the Jacksonville airport or anything, but they did say that they told them that they wouldn't be able to do anything until after 4. Again, we will work to get that confirmed, but that is what we are hearing so far. That's what we are hearing from everyone that's here waiting. So again, this is a mix of people coming to pick up and a mix of people waiting to leave. Obviously, they're all getting their updates that their flights are delayed, but they have yet to have a reason as to why things are being delayed. We're out here trying to figure it out just as everyone else is. So again, we will send it back to you, Ashley.
Yvette, thank you so much. And I've just gotten off the phone with Greg Willis with Jacksonville Aviation Authority, and we are working to get Michael Stewart on the phone with us to learn as many new details as we possibly can. So bear with us. We are live on the air, but also working our sources. A lot goes on with breaking news, and my co-anchor, Tiffany Salome, is just joining us now. So thanks for coming back here. So have you heard any new information?
No, Ashley, no new information on my end, but I have been looking at pictures and video submissions from our viewers. I know that it looks like at least 3 cars are on fire right now, and the concern is obviously getting this fire under control. We're watching live right now, and you can see smoke is still billowing. I mean, what have we learned in the last hour?
Well, we're still waiting to hear from Jacksonville Fire and Rescue about new information. We're hearing from Yvette that an update may not come for a little while. So, I mean, that goes to show you once again, there's a lot of moving parts here. A lot involved in this. So I've been on the phone with Greg Willis. We're hoping to get Michael Stewart on the air with us. So that is something we're working on right now, and hopefully we can get that information sorted out.
We do have Yvette there on the scene, and Janice is following closely behind her. What do we know from passengers, I mean, who are waiting to get on flights right now? I mean, is there anything that we have heard from them?
Yvette was talking live with a couple of ladies. They were here to pick up passengers and pick someone up. So obviously they were, they're impacted by this as well. They've waited at least an hour. I'm going to answer a phone call. Okay, guys, bear with me.
Ashley,
Tiffany, if you could take over.
Yes, Ashley is off the set. And if you've ever been to the Jacksonville Airport, you know that this garage is very close to where people are going to be going inside, checking their bags, getting their flight information and whatnot. The airport is currently closed because of this. Flights are delayed, and of course, we don't know for how long this could last as firefighters do work to get this under control. We heard from Yvette just a little bit ago. She was talking to a woman who was waiting to pick someone up from the airport. So I'm sure there are dozens, if not hundreds of people affected by this closure right now. And we are working to get information as soon as possible for you here at News4JAX. So if you hear anything, if you know anything, please call us. You can send us an email, newstips@wjxt.com. Again, we do have crews that are at the airport right now gathering the latest information for you. And Ashley is currently on the phone with her sources. gathering whatever information we can to share with you all.
Okay, thanks for holding down the fort, Tiffany. So this is an example of lots of people coming together to in a newsroom to figure out how this works. So we're working to get Michael Stewart with the Jacksonville Aviation Authority on the phone. We're also working to get the councilman for that district, Reggie Gaffney Jr., on the phone. So we have Michael Stewart on the phone. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. So can you explain to us what exactly you can share at this point? What have we heard and what occurred?
Yes, so far, the details that we have, there's a lot of feedback. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but guys in the control room, is there something we can do about that? I can understand you though, sir.
Okay. Around noon today, we had a car fire in the hourly garage at Jacksonville International Airport. And that grew to a larger fire with other cars involved. We don't have the specific numbers, but we know there was structural damage to the garage. Right now, we're not reporting any injuries. The fire is under control, but the airport is closed.
Do we know how long the airport could stay closed for, Michael?
Right now, we are waiting to get details to make that determination.
Talk to us about delays. We can see on the website they're starting to pile up.
Oh, that is correct, because the airport is closed. There are going to be multiple delays, but you can stay in touch with your airlines to determine how long that will be.
Very good. And can you talk to us about, obviously there's a huge response here. What are you seeing from first responders or hearing from first responders in terms of what they're doing there?
Well, here again, the fire itself is under control. I can't tell you if it's 100% extinguished. So now we're assessing the damage to the garage to determine the structural nature of any issues with the garage. The timeline for opening the airport back up is still uncertain. Right now, we're hoping that's going to be this afternoon, but we have to make sure that ingress and egress from the airport is capable for the passengers coming and going.
Do we know how long it could be for passengers who might have their car parked in that garage before they can get inside? I'm assuming they could expect at least a 24-hour delay here.
I could not speculate on that.
Okay.
There is a big push right now for people to stay away from this area. Can you talk about closures in that area, what you all are directing people to do if they are arriving to potentially pick someone up or even fly out? What is your message to people?
Well, follow the police are conducting the traffic in the area around the airport. So if it is, if a passenger is on the ground to be picked up, that it certainly will be delayed because of the heavy traffic. So I would strongly suggest that they just follow police directions at this time.
And you said there was no specific numbers for how many cars were impacted by this fire, but it did spread and we're still assessing the structural damage. That's what you've told us. I mean, what more can firefighters do at this point?
Well, they want to make sure it's, if you can imagine, if it's numerous cars involved, there may be small flames that they want to make sure that the area is safe for anybody to be near other than those professionals working the area.
Do we know if employees are being evacuated at this point from the airport, or what's the situation with them?
Right now, they are sheltering in place at the airport, both employees and passengers at the airport, at the terminal.
Very good. So clearly, if there is structural damage, there is the potential for this garage to stay closed for the time being. What is a plan for, say, tomorrow when airport operations are back on for people needing to park? Is there a plan B? What do you recommend in case this garage needs to stay closed?
Well, there are other parking options around the airport. Our primary focus is on the safety of anybody who is around coming to the airport or leaving the airport. So we certainly wouldn't allow access to any part of the damage to airport. And until we understand the structural nature of the impact of the fire, we're keeping as large an area as we can closed for safety.
Is there any indication of how many vehicles are in the garage now at this point?
No.
Okay.
It was, I know earlier today we had a report that we were about 90+% full, so it was pretty full, and that particular garage probably holds, if I'm guesstimating, a couple of thousand.
And anyone with scheduled flights today, they need to be checking in with their airlines. What's the message to those people who are gearing up to travel or take off soon?
Absolutely, you have that correct. Please check with your airlines and stay in contact with your airlines in terms of any changes or how long the delay will last. That information will be coming from those travelers and those specific airlines.
Michael Stewart with the Jacksonville Aviation Authority. We really, really appreciate your time and sharing what we know at this point. Lots of moving parts still, so we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and everybody be safe out there.
You as well, sir. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go to Councilman Reggie Gaffney Jr. He is also on the phone. The airport area is part of his district. Councilman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for agreeing to talk with us live. So tell me when exactly you found out about this and what you're hearing from people.
Yeah, so I received a call from the mayor's office, I think like 45 minutes ago. It's in the early stages. It was brought to my attention that there was a large fire in the parking garage and it was spreading. My last contact with JFRD that the fire was still going on, and that they urged me to keep all the constituents and everyone from out the area.
Very good. Are you in the area at this point, sir? I know
I'm actually en route. I'm on the way there now. From my understanding, the mayor is on the way out there as well, so I'm on the way right now.
And what's the response from the city like at this point? Can you tell us? You said the mayor is also on the way to the airport. I mean, are you guys just assessing the damage right now?
Yes, yeah. So we'll have a briefing later, but from my understanding, I've been in contact with JSO, JFRD, the airport, the mayor. Right now, we'll assess the situation. When can the parking garage reopen? How bad is the damage? The whole 9 yards.
What's your message to people, as their travel plans are understandably canceled or at least delayed at this point? Understandably, they are going to be disappointed. So what's your message to those travelers as we work to get this as safe as possible for people to continue using the airport?
Well, first and foremost, just keep in prayer, the firemen who have to put out this fire. And JSO, let's keep in prayer the first responders. I think safety should be everybody's concern right now. But, just be patient, be vigilant. We're working together. We're trying to get this taken care of as swift as possible. I'm not sure what caused it, but hopefully, we can kind of rectify the situation and everybody can, assume with their flight this afternoon.
Councilman, I know you said you're en route. Have you had a chance at all to speak to any constituents on the way?
No, I got a couple of texts asking me what's going on. I just told them, just be patient, and I will give an update once I find out more information.
We appreciate this. We have Yvette Sanchez and Janice Harris there at the scene. If you're able to at any point hook up with them and just share what's going on, we'd really appreciate it if you have some time.
Absolutely, and just be patient, the city of Jacksonville.
Thank you, Councilman Reggie Gaffney Jr. of District 8, joining us live there and talking about the situation at the Jacksonville International Airport. Currently, again, it is closed because of a car fire in the hourly garage. That is the garage closest to the departures and arrivals. If you're familiar with the Jacksonville International Airport, firefighters are on the scene right now. We're told it's under control and there are no injuries. But as Ashley just mentioned, we do have crews there on the scene, and we want to take you live to our reporters. Janice Harris is standing by. What can you tell us, and what have you learned? I understand you just got there not some short time ago.
We had a very large detour because of that road closure. But the big thing, as you just mentioned, that fire is contained, but it's still having a ripple effect on everything near and around the airport, also within the airport. So take a look. This is normally the route that people would take, and JSO has been working diligently to get these cars cleared off the road. There are about at least another 15 or so cars that were here. Now, just behind us, you see one of the fire tanks that are in this area. This is specifically looks like a water tank for JFRD number 33. And as we're looking in this area, you can see that there's a lot of JSO vehicles that have this portion of the road blocked off as well. If you look over at the street sign, it says Pecan Park Road North. We ended up taking a long roundabout to get here because the roads were closed. But you can see there's traffic of people that are still coming through this area. So like off to the side of me on Pecan Park Road that you see here, typically this is where you park for extended stay. And then you get the shuttle, and the shuttle will then take you to the airport. That's not happening at this point. You can see as they have some of the officers basically directing traffic. So I'll walk you around. So they're going to direct the traffic. The traffic then goes up this way, which allows you to exit out of the airport altogether. If you don't exit out of the airport, then what happens is you end up here where you see these people standing. This is what they call the cell phone lot. You can also see one of those vehicles, one of the vans in particular that normally would take you to the airport is leaving out right now. Not sure where they're taking people, but this is where all of the individuals, whether they're departing or arriving, that can't get out of the airport, they can't get off the property of the airport. This is where they're being directed right now. So there are several police vehicles that are here. Obviously, JFRD is still here as well. But this has definitely made a huge impact on people that are attempting to catch a flight, or even if they're attempting to leave. It's kind of like a hill when we're on this road right here, but just off in the distance, you can see some more people that are actually walking this way, and I believe that they have luggage with them far off in the distance. We'll see them in just a moment as they get a little closer to us, but this is what it looks like right now. First, if you're at Duval Road trying to get onto Airport Road to come in here, you're not going to be able to do it because those roads have already been shut down. And then at the same time, you still have the police for the Jacksonville Aviation, specifically for the airport. You still have traffic that's going to be coming through here nonstop, and you're still going to have people directing this traffic until the airport can reopen. So also, if you look up in the distance, you'll see there's actually a helicopter that has been flying above as this all has been happening, basically circling around. I believe that is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office actual helicopter, and they've been doing aerials in this area for at least the last 15 to 30 minutes. And then at the same time, take a look to our left. You see people that have been trying to flag down a vehicle, potentially, if not trying to get Ubers to get them out of here. But some people are like, they may have already missed their flight, they don't know where they're going to go, or they're trying to get home. And so like you see right here, this woman in particular, they're about to hop into a vehicle and then leave. Who knows as far as what the schedule is set for them or not, but it looks like they do have an Uber that's picking them up. So this is what is happening. If you attempt to get in, you will not be able to get in. If you are within this area, and yeah, see, look, those are pilots actually that are walking up to the airport. You can see them in just a moment. You see them there, have on the white shirts with the black slacks. They're basically walking to the airport right now. And it looks like there are a couple of stewardesses as well. Yeah. That's what's happening. So they're the only people that I have seen at this point that have actually been walking up to the airport, because at some point when this airport reopens, they're going to still have to fly a plane. They're the only people that I've seen. So they've got at least a good quarter mile to a half a mile to walk up to the airport and then get to the airport. But for everyone else, at this point, the airport is shut down, and we will essentially see Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and also the police for the airport that will be in this area directing traffic. Remember that if you have not already arrived here, you're not going to be able to get in. The roads that even allow you to get to the airport have also been shut down, and anyone that's waiting to see what's going to happen next, they're going to be waiting right here in this area at the cell phone station. So reporting live here from Jacksonville International Airport, Janice Harris, Channel 4, the local station. Back to you.
Janice, thank you so much, and please stay safe out there. Phil Perry with the mayor's office just confirmed to me what Reggie Gaffney Jr. said, that the mayor is on her way to the airport. There is going to be a media availability later on this afternoon once she is fully briefed on the situation. So the time and location is to be determined, but we have crews there on the scene, Janice Harris being one of them. We are going to take that live for you when that does happen. As of now, still to be determined. What you're looking at now is another airport from the FAA.
Yes, this is the National Airspace System Status website. This is a government website from the Federal Aviation Administration. It shows right now that the Jacksonville International Airport is closed down. You can see it on the right side of your screen there. Airport is closed as of 12:34 p.m. That was shortly after we got this alert that a few cars were on fire inside the hourly garage at the airport. We don't know how long this could last. We were talking earlier with Michael Stewart, who's with the Jacksonville Airport, and as well as Councilman Reggie Gaffney Jr., and they could not tell us at this point. Of course, we saw how many first responders are on the scene right now. We've got JSO, JFRD, of course, working hard out there, and we know, as Ashley just told us, that the mayor is also on the way to the scene right now. If you have plans to go to the Jacksonville Airport or travel today, you want to check in with your airline right now. It is closed until further notice, and you might have to reroute those travel plans at this point.
One question I do want to mention is that given the severity of what's occurred here, potentially the ATF, could they be involved in this now at this point? We're going to ask that question as well. So we've been keeping... Okay, we're going to show the viewer video once again. So this is a perspective I haven't seen yet, but we did see the other cell phone video showing all that fire and the flames and the smoke. So again, Tiffany, to see how it's billowing out the top like that. So this could very likely involves multiple vehicles. And I do want to go ahead and mention once again, we're keeping an eye on these websites. On the arrival side at the airport, there appear to be about 17 delays. On the departure side, it's a lot better, less than 10, but that is something you need to keep in mind. So those numbers could go up. We could see fluctuation here. So keep an eye on that situation as well, because we know not everyone is flying, but a lot of people are picking individuals
Yeah, I mean, as we just saw Janice, I mean, those girls got lucky with their suitcase and their Starbucks, hopping in the car to get out. They must have been the last ones to get out of there because, as we were told earlier by airport staff, they do have employees and passengers right now sheltering in place at the airport as they assess the situation in the garage. Of course, there is a structural question. Is it safe? Is it damaged? When can people get their cars out? These are all questions we are working to answer for you, and I currently have reporters live on the scene gathering that information as well. And we've seen a lot of viewer video that shows the perspective of the flames erupting. As you can see, we have a live picture right now, and those flames appear to be under control. And again, no one was injured at this point. We do have our reporter, Yvette Sanchez, live at the scene for us now with an update. Yvette, what have you learned since you last joined us?
Well, I know Janice had mentioned a lot of this beforehand, but obviously we don't know if you guys saw it. There was actually even more pilots and stewardesses that were walking down that way towards the airport, and a lot of people are trying to bypass it, so they're trying to go a different way, but a lot of them are actually opting to walk towards the airport with their suitcases and see if they can even get closer or possibly get in. But what I will say here is a lot of people are pretty calm. There has not been any signs of distress or any signs of frustration. Everyone is just kind of sitting down, waiting to hear what's going on. I think they'd rather just be here if their flight's delayed and not miss it. But other than that, we were actually sitting here because we're right in front of the cell phone lot right now. So when we were here, a shuttle actually had brought people. We would say about 10 people came out of the shuttle, and they all just started walking towards. People were trying to tell them like, hey, stop, the airport's closed. We were telling them, but they're like, hey, we're going to risk it. Some of them are actually going across this roadway right now, and they're trying to bypass it, go the other way. And the sheriff's office is actually just kind of redirecting. We've got the sheriff's office and the airport police there that are redirecting everyone. People keep coming. We had Uber drivers coming up to us being like, hey, what's going on? So people are still trying to get picked up, but they're not able to go in. We've still heard that people are still waiting. Everyone is safe inside. Like you said, they were asked to be sheltered in place, but no one has any negative. You can see this lady right here. She has 2 suitcases, and they are just opting to walk their way up there rather than sit and wait. A lot of people have done that, and then we just see them come back. So you'll see people walking as close as they can to the roadway or trying to go another different way, but they ultimately just get redirected back to this spot. But like I said, everyone has been, for the most part, very calm. There hasn't been much frustration. I think since they are checking with their flights and they are getting those updates, it's keeping them a little bit more calm. And then hearing us talk about how the fire is not completely out, but it is contained and no one's hurt, I think it's given everyone a sense of reassurance, and that's what we're doing. We're just really trying to figure out what's happening. Like you said, the mayor will be here soon once she's briefed on everything, and we'll be sure to have that for you guys. But for right now, reporting live at the Jacksonville Airport, Yvette Sanchez, Channel 4, the local station.
Yvette, thank you so much for that update. It's interesting where you're standing. This is right before you get to any garages or the departure or arrivals, and you've got people all over the grass next to you. So where are they coming from? Are they just walking down that ramp? I mean, and their suitcases, I can imagine that's a little awkward.
I mean, it is. I could imagine it's awkward. I mean, it's not like it's also favorable weather either. We're under these trees, so I think that's a reason why a lot of people are here, because it is much cooler than to be out in the sun. But again, the girl that was just walking, she is going up a hill right now with a suitcase. Like, people are trying to get as close as they can to their flight, but a lot of other people are just opting. We're right in front of the cell phone lot, like I had mentioned earlier, so people are just coming from the cell phone lot, and they're all kind of talking to each other, and then they're either sitting here and waiting or they're opting to walk over. But I mean, people are trying to get there by any means necessary, it looks like. And some are opting to walk up towards the terminals and just turning back around with their suitcases, or some are just sitting. Those people right there, they're getting ready to leave. They just got picked up. I'm not sure if that was an Uber or not. So some people are still coming in to pick people up. They're just not able to actually access, you know, the actual airport. These ladies right here, I don't know if Victor can see them over there on the other side of the road. They were here earlier. They were on our side. They crossed that way, and then they're now coming back. So they keep getting redirected to here. So this might be where Uber drivers are coming. This might also be where people are being picked up. This is where they are telling us that we can be, is the cell phone lot. But now everyone is just opting to either call an Uber or to have someone come pick them up, because obviously all these flights have been delayed.
Yvette, thank you. Ashley, did you have something you wanted to ask her?
At this point, we just really want to make sure that these people know that more information is coming down at this point, and to also just what Michael Stewart shared with us, to pay attention and listen to what the police have to say. Overall, has the attitude been okay from people? Or, I mean, obviously it's frustrating.
It is frustrating, but no one is bothered by it. There's been a lot of communication, it seems like. Obviously, we're not over there right by the police or anything like that that are redirecting everyone, but everyone has been very accepting of it. They're being told, everyone is sitting. I mean, like I said, they're just sitting and they're opting to wait. No one's complained. Everyone we've talked to is like, hey, we don't know what's going on. We're getting updates from, our flights, they're being delayed. They're asking us. We've told them, that the airport is closed until further notice, but that it will be reopening. We just don't know when, and we're going to keep them updated on that. Obviously, if we can be here to tell them, we're going to tell them. But again, when they're being told to go somewhere else, if they're being told to be redirected, they're actually pretty accepting of it. I think the people that might be a little bothered or a little frustrated are the ones who just don't know what's going on and they're opting to go straight to the terminals and then they're turning back. So they're the ones that are a little confused, a little flustered, or if maybe someone got here a little late, or if they're not sure what's happening, or if they haven't gotten an update from their airline that the flight has been delayed. They're a little thrown off, but for the most part, I mean, I would say that for what's going on and how long people have been here and the severity of it, everyone is pretty calm, cool, and collected for right now.
That is good news. I know you mentioned it's super hot out there, so hopefully you have some water. And if first responders have anything to share with you guys, I'm sure they will do that. Yvette, thank you for joining us. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, Tiffany.
So we did have Councilman Reggie Gaffney on the phone just a little while ago, but the City Council Public Information Office just sent out a statement. It is coming from the councilman, so I'll just read it out here so everyone is aware. He says he is closely monitoring the situation. He says his office is in close communication with city agencies and airport officials to monitor. They are providing updates, but they are asking for your patience and cooperation as everyone works together to ensure the safety and well-being of all involved. And Tiffany, I think that's important. We're not just talking about people who had their cars parked there. We're talking about employees. We're also talking about the firefighters themselves. This is really an all hands on deck situation because think about it. This isn't just any ordinary parking garage. This is here at an airport. So there is that federal element to all this as well.
And you mentioned earlier whether the ATF would be involved. You had that question. That's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. I'm sure there's going to be a lengthy investigation. Of course, we are still in the very early hours of that investigation. So as all that information comes out, we will be sure to share it with you. And again, on the point of safety and the first responders and the passengers and employees who are out there at the airport, it's a hot, hot day. And that's, you see all of the passengers and Yvette even taking shelter under the shade, the little bit of shade at that roundabout there. I feel like that really says it all. People are just trying to go home at this point. If their travel plans were canceled, I'm sure they're trying to get out of the heat. We're going into a heat wave this weekend.
We certainly are. And, at past breaking news events that involve fire, we've seen where firefighters have had to stop and take breaks when things are especially hot. And one question I think we should ask, and we're going to be getting updated officially at some point, but this is a parking garage. The question is, are there sprinklers? If so, did they not go off? What is the situation there? Because that is worth looking into and worth prodding and getting some answers to, just to find out what that looks like. Because I'm going to be honest, I've never parked in the hourly garage. I'm an Uber person, so I'm learning a lot about this as well. So still lots to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know at this point. Again, the investigation is underway. It could have been, anything from a car issue to, again, what you mentioned, the heat. So we're still working to get all the information possible to share with you all as we learn it. But the most important thing we have to share right now is, of course, that the fire is under control. No injuries have been reported thus far, and employees, passengers, first responders, as far as we know, are safe. Many of them are sheltering inside the Jacksonville Airport at this time because we don't know how long this closure could last.
And also News for Jack's weekend anchor and reporter Scott Johnson just sent in a very good heads up, one we hadn't thought about in the mad rush of breaking news, but we do know that JAX has been undergoing a lot of construction lately. So now there are questions of could that aspect be impacted as well? with everything that's happening here. So those are questions that we will have. I imagine Michael Stewart is going to be there as part of a media briefing when that does happen. So the question is, what happens going forward with the airport? How long is it going to be closed? And we're still hearing from a lot of our reporters. We're getting lots of videos into the newsroom as well. So we really appreciate that from people who have been there and can see things that we couldn't easily see ourselves, and really taking us to the scene and just showing what is happening. So if we have any more of those videos, I know that we're getting closer to the 2 o'clock hour, so more people may be joining us now looking live. Things do look a lot less concerning, albeit there is still a large first responder presence. And, Janice and Yvette have done a good job showing us you're going to be turned around. If you're going to be in this area, if you're trying to get to the airport, if you've not been on the news, if you've not heard the updates, you are going to be impacted by this. So we're keeping an eye on a lot of things at this point. If we're able to get any more of those videos, even if it's showing, once again, for people just joining us, the flames and the smoke, we're pretty serious. And we still have lots of questions that need to be answered. There's one right there as well. So one of the newer ones that came in, and you can see just how close that is to the actual airport building itself as well, because that's an area where people get dropped off.
And I can imagine that was terrifying, just riding in the car thinking you're going to go on a vacation or go home, wherever you might be going, and to just see flames and smoke billowing. It's a stark contrast to the live picture we just showed you a few moments ago. So it does look like things are in better shape than when this video was taken, which I would assume is around 12:30, which is when this all started. And it's a good point you mentioned about the construction at the airport. We do know there's multi-millions of dollars being invested there right now to build a new concourse and accommodate more passengers, hopefully more nonstop flights, right? That's one of the complaints we get about flying out of the Jacksonville International Airport. And it's a question we will ask officials, if this is going to set back that expansion or construction. We're expecting them to, again, build a new concourse, additional gates, and new restaurants, more parking options as well, because the parking does fill up there very quickly. Michael Stewart told us earlier today it was at about 98% capacity. He said that was in the early morning, and of course people could have came and went, but that's still pretty full. Can't imagine many people would have left by noon.
And one thing that we definitely need to ask when we're getting briefed is any individuals whose cars have been destroyed by this, what kind of assistance will there be for them? Number one, in terms of getting home, that's the immediate aspect, but going forward, because I'm having flashbacks to many years ago, Tiffany. I want to say it was probably around 2018 or 2019. There was a situation inside the airport. It was inside one of the concourses. So we were there inside the airport going live on the morning show. The line was so very long and people could see smoke. And I got to tell you, though, once the job was done, the firefighters came out and it was just a big round of applause, because another situation that could have been very serious, but thankfully no one was injured. This is a little bit different, though, because now we're looking at the exterior, the outside part of it. So there's so many more ways to impact this and how people can be impacted.
And Ashley, you can see the entrance to the airport. People are being stopped. It looks like there's a long line of cars right now waiting to turn around, make a U-turn. And maybe for some of those people sitting in those cars, this is the first time they are thinking, oh my God, what's going on? And they might be realizing that their travel plans have been scrapped, at least for today. Hopefully they can get going tomorrow, but I'd imagine even when the airport opens back up, you're going to see long lines of people trying to get to where they're going.
And we do see the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office there on scene. So if you're going to be in this area, obviously stay away from the airports, because that is what we're looking at. Unfortunately, this is not one of our cameras. This is one from DOT or the airport. I think it's from DOT, but we don't have the ability to turn or zoom in. Okay, yes, this is from DOT. Sorry, the words were cut off there. This is from the Department of Transportation. You see they're being turned around there as well. The left one is our camera, though, so just giving some clarity on that as well.
Now, our reporters were able to get past where we're looking at the blockade now, heading into the airport, but they were stopped shortly. I mean, not far from this. They are just at the roundabout there where you see the Blue Angels and have the option to go park your car in some of those areas. So if you're going to the airport, you're not going to get very far. You will be turned around, of course, as the situation unfolds. We have the mayor on the way to the scene. First responders are littering the airport and the surrounding areas right now just to make sure everyone is safe. Of course, that is the most important aspect of this right now, is to make sure no one was injured and there's no structural damage to the garage. We are told at this point no injuries, but of course firefighters are still hard at work and heat exhaustion is always a possibility.
Absolutely. There's so many avenues to consider when handling a situation of this magnitude. No indication yet of how long the airport will be shut down. We know reopening it is a priority, but the first priority is making sure the situation is contained and that people are safe, not just travelers, but employees and firefighters as well. So it is now 2 o'clock. Now we're getting another perspective here. So that's our camera. We are seeing at least one fire truck appears to have left the area. So we're just taking a look ourselves. This is what happens with breaking news. We're looking at a lot of things for ourselves for the first time live on the air as it's happening. So I'm not sure who is in that vehicle. I imagine Fire Chief Keith Powers is there as well, if not on the way. So that is something we're keeping an eye on. And that's another shot of somebody being picked up.
Yeah, that's what the scene is right now, right? We saw
that's the story.
Dozens of people just waiting in the shade there at that roundabout. Some of them getting picked up, some of them waiting as Uber drivers have questions for our reporters. I mean, this is all happening right now, and people are trying to figure it out in real time, what they're going to do next.
Absolutely. So people are definitely advised to get in touch with their airlines, rebook flights if this impacts you in some way. We know it's not just impacting departures, it's impacting arrivals as well. So lots of delays there as well. So really the website is your best friend if this involves you and your situation.
And can we show that again on the screen, the airport cancellations and closures right now? Of course, it's going to be all across the board, but it gives you a better idea of what's happening. We see ground delays, airport closures at JAX. This is from the FAA's website right now is what you're looking at. Of course, it says the airport is closed and has been since about 12:30. Now we're looking at all of the flights scheduled into and out of Jacksonville for today. You can see most of those have been delayed, if not canceled at this point. Zooming in here to give you a closer look.
See, there's at least 2 cancellations. Not sure if that's necessarily connected to this. I think it's fair to say that the vast majority of these delays are because of this. So looking at the airport here, it's a little bit easier for us. Now we're able to zoom in. Some flights are delayed as late as 5:30, actually closer to 7 o'clock as well. So I'm on the Jacksonville International Airport, but what we're looking at here is also a good resource as well, FlightAware. So it's zooming in. So this is definitely something that's accessible to everyone. It is a great way to stay ahead of the game, stay on top of things as this information still comes in. So there's no word yet on when we're going to be briefed. We know that the mayor is there. We know Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is there as well, working to contain this area and to keep people away from danger. So please continue listening to what they are saying. That is incredibly important information. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just was looking at the Jacksonville International Airport's website right now, and if you're looking, maybe we can pull it up for you. It's flyjacksonville.com. On their homepage, it shows you how full the daily garages are. So we see the hourly garage is 90% full.
Okay.
And I'm assuming this is current or at least as updated as possible. The daily garage, 95% full. Daily surface lot, 98%. Economy lots 94% full. So that gives you an idea of how many people have their cars parked at the airport or are traveling today. Wow.
And that information is up to date as of exactly 1 minute ago. So that is very real-time information right there. So we're going to find out how many vehicles exactly are there. So that's what Tiffany was just talking about right
Wow.
there. So
Thanks
yes.
to our producer for getting that called up. But yeah, it really gives you an idea of how many people are waiting and how many people this impacts. Can you imagine?
Exactly.
I mean, just getting home, you can't even get to your car. I'm sure they have lots of questions. And of course, as you mentioned, we have many officials on the way trying to figure this out so we can get you those answers, right?
And if any assistance is being made for those people who may have damage to their cars, or even if they've been destroyed, what options there are to assist them right away and also in the near future. If JIA is in any way involved in that, if that's part of their process, I'm not sure, but it's something we can be asking.
And you have to assume as well that many of those people that we saw waiting, taking shelter in the shade, are not from Jacksonville. Maybe they don't have a place to go, so their best option is to just sit right there and wait right now as they make those arrangements. There's an extended stay at the airport, which might be their best bet, but you know, if they're not familiar with Jacksonville, I'm sure everyone is trying to make those accommodations right now in real time as travel plans were delayed or canceled and the Jacksonville International Airport is closed. We don't know for how long because of this fire.
And that opens up a whole other issue with getting a hotel. Obviously, that may not be something that was part of their plan, so maybe they didn't budget for it. I'm just curious to know if any assistance is going to be made for some of these people who could potentially be stranded.
And it's interesting because when it is a fault of the airline, right? You have flight rights, and the airline is required to make those accommodations for you. But I wonder, as you know, these people might need accommodations or to extend their stays and to pay a little bit more money to get to where they're going, who's going to cover that cost if it is going to be the airline? But really, this isn't their fault, you know? Weather delays are one thing, cancellations, mechanical issues, but this is to no fault of the airlines right now.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We do have a reporter, Janice Harris, ready to talk to us live. She's been there gathering information, talking to people. Janice, there are so many people just stranded right now, it looks like.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that are stranded, but we had an opportunity to talk very quickly with JFRD. Number one, it's going to take hours before the airport reopens. We know that, but they have not given a specific time frame. But there's a lot of assessments that need to occur. The other thing that we have been told is that they haven't been able to fully assess the situation because the firefighters had to be pulled out of that parking structure. Yes, the fire has been contained, but the fire department has to stay here to continue monitoring as well if there is a fire that may flare back up from those vehicles. Remember, you can have a fire inside of a vehicle. On the exterior, you can see that the fire is out, but there could still be very small internal flames inside of a vehicle. And this is just a hypothetical example to consider. The bottom line is this airport will likely not open for hours because there's still a lot that is to be done despite the fact that the fire is contained. At the same time, you still have people that are out here in the heat. It's extremely hot, hotter than normal for this time of year. And the roads, as you can see behind me, those are still shut down, and it will stay this way as they continue guiding traffic. For the most part, the road is closed at this point by way of the vehicles, and they have it under control as far as getting a lot of the drivers that had parked off to the side that were waiting to figure out which direction they could go. But there are still dozens upon dozens of people that are in the car lot where you typically wait to see if a plane has arrived, that are waiting to figure out what is going to happen next. And so again, this will be occurring for hours. People will be waiting for hours to figure out what is going on. We have been told, as you have also mentioned to the public, that the mayor is en route. The chief for the fire department will also be here, and we will hear from them within the next couple of hours as they assess, figure out what happened, and tell us how this all started. Back to you.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. So as Janice said, lots of officials on the way. Fire Chief Keith Powers, we shared some big news about him just yesterday. He's going to be retiring soon. So imagine quite a quick turnaround from talking about retirement to now handling this situation. But, you know, Jacksonville Fire Rescue, they're true professionals. They work so hard. They take care of each other. And well, they take care of us as well and protect our properties, our homes, and our facilities as well. So keeping an eye on everything that's just happening.
It all comes with the job. We've seen JFRD crews working hard. You can see a live picture on the left side of your screen right now that shows you what is happening right now at the airport as first responders are working on both ends of the spectrum. You can see firefighters on the scene where the fire first started in the hourly garage at the Jacksonville International Airport. And then, of course, you can see JSO redirecting traffic as people are trying to get to the airport or even leave the airport. We can see a few cars leaving as well. I'm imagining this is causing a little bit of a traffic delay out there right now. But of course, safety is the #1 concern. We know that first responders have told us there are no injuries reported thus far, but it does appear that the hourly garage was fairly full when this fire happened, which is about 2 hours ago, 12:30 today.
And just texting back and forth with Tarek Minor. He's going to be in just a little bit. He is working night side for Kent Justice. He's letting us know that the aviation expert that we regularly work with, Ed Booth, should be joining us at some point to call in. Maybe we can get his perspective on what that side of this, what he is seeing personally with a situation of this nature, what it means for an airline, what it means for an airport. And I've just been informed that Ed Booth is on the phone. Ed, can you hear us, sir?
I can. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Certainly did not expect to break in with breaking news of this nature. Can you just tell us what's going through your mind, what we're hearing right now? What's going through your mind?
Well, I've been a tenant of the airport, airplane owner out there for 36 years. Don't ever remember anything like this happening. It's very rare for the airport to close down. It's usually a weather event. The reason the airport is closed is all the fire equipment is tied up with this parking garage situation, and there's no equipment available to protect the runways. And so under FAA regulations, the aircraft cannot land under these circumstances.
So at this point, do you know if those aircrafts will have to redirect to a different airport and what that airport might be, if that's the case?
Looking at the flight tracking data that I have access to, a Delta flight inbound from Atlanta was diverted to Savannah. A commuter flight from Houston, Texas was diverted to Panama City. There's another flight that's inbound from Charlotte that's being sent, from Chicago. It's being sent to Savannah. I took a look at the FAA NOTAM data, which are notices to airmen, and it officially closes the airport from 12:34 today until 4 p.m. So that's the word from the FAA is the airport will not reopen until 4 o'clock.
Okay, that's obviously something we're going to be keeping an eye on. So at the very least, it's going to stay closed until 4 o'clock based off of what Ed Booth is sharing with us from the FAA. Can you talk about the domino effect? We're seeing lots of delays starting to pop up when you have a situation like this. Just such a domino effect happens as a result.
It's a nightmare. A Friday afternoon, a busy weekend, a lot of events going on, and people can't get out on their flights, and the airplanes are not in the proper position. It will take another 12 to 24 hours for everything to recover.
You mentioned that some of the flights were being redirected to as close as Savannah. Some are going further, of course. I mean, what are you looking at that on? Is that something that the public can view, or is it something exclusive to you or the experts?
It's a subscription-based flight tracking program that shows inbound flights to Jacksonville and what they're doing, and it shows everything inbound is being diverted to a variety of places, notably Savannah, Panama City, and Tallahassee.
Obviously, a lot of stuff is just coming out here, and you may have shared this already, but I got to tell you, one ear is on you, the other ear is on everything else that's happening. We know that you do have a plane and a hangar there at the airport, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is everything okay with that?
Oh, yes. This is restricted to what looks to be the southwest corner of the hourly parking garage.
Okay. I'm personally not familiar with where hangars are, in comparison. I don't know if you've seen that before, Tiffany. But
Yeah, no, I don't know where those are myself, but it's a great question. In your experience, Ed, if you're a traveler right now, I mean, what would you be doing? It looks like many of them are just turning around and going home for the day.
Your coverage indicated a lot of understandably angry people. The police have blocked off access to the airport. The people that are trying to get their cars may have to wait days, if not weeks. This reminds me of the St. Vincent's Hospital parking garage collapse a year or two ago, where people couldn't retrieve their cars for a month or more. There are questions regarding the structural integrity of the parking garage, and it's likely no one's going to be allowed to go in there for quite some time.
Absolutely. So just a scary situation all around. Once again, the important thing is that we're not hearing about any injuries. We're going to get the most up-to-date information from officials very soon, but we're taking a look here at flight radar. That tells you the story right there. Ed, I don't know if you're near the television per se, but looking at Florida, you see all the yellow airplanes there. It's just very problematic. Okay, these are the diversions on the left. That's coming from my producer Eric. So
Oh, cool. You can see, yep, flights are going to Savannah, as you mentioned, Gulf Shores, Chattanooga. Ed, what does this tell you?
That this is going to be a long-term thing, maybe till 6 or 8 p.m. tonight. I'm looking at the tracker. It looks like United Flight 380 from Chicago. It's been diverted to Savannah. Well, that's a private aircraft. They're not even allowing business jets to land right now.
And
so the airport's officially closed.
And I'd imagine that this is going to have a ripple effect, as you said, for the next few days as people try to get to their destinations. I mean, this doesn't just impact us here today. We could see these cancellation and delays for the days to come. Is that right?
24 hours, possibly. But right now, there are a number of flights. There's a United flight from Denver that's airborne, a Delta flight from New York, United flight from Houston. They're in the air. They're likely to be diverted as they get closer to Jacksonville. The passengers will be, I guess, given two options. And if you're in Savannah, if you can get a rental car, you could drive to Jacksonville. You could wait until the airport reopens, and they will likely complete the trip at that point.
And Ed, one thing that I think is worth talking about is, diverting planes is absolutely not something any of us wants to do, but it goes to show you the training that goes into effect for these pilots, these airline workers, these air traffic controllers. They literally train for these worst case scenario situations. Can you talk to us about that?
Well, crash fire rescue services are essential to the operation of an international airport, such as Jacksonville's, and we have a very well-trained staff of firefighters and equipment. And when it's in use dealing with fire by the terminal, they can't be used around the airport to help the airplanes. And so airport has to close. It's nothing, there's no discretion there. It's a no-brainer, so to speak.
Is there anything else you can share with us in your experience that might help the passengers or travelers right now that are experiencing these delays?
I think everybody has got to be patient. The airport staff trains for this, but it appears they're somewhat overwhelmed by, the influx of people trying to get on flights on a Friday afternoon, and people that have already arrived on flights that are trying to get to their cars who are not going to be able to, and there aren't enough taxis in Jacksonville, I suppose, to deal with this. The flight tracker updated. It looks like there are 5, maybe 6 aircraft airborne headed to Jacksonville International right now, and doubtful. Their arrival times are around 3 p.m. The one from Denver, 3:20. New York, 3:30. Houston, 3:40. These are all going to be diverted, I suspect.
And that is something we'll continue to keep an eye on. Ed Booth, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much and your expertise. We'll probably try to check back in with you at some point, if that's okay.
I'll be here. It's good to talk to you.
Appreciate you, Ed. Thank you so much, and be safe.
You're welcome.
We did just get a statement from City Council President Randy White. He, of course, himself is a retired firefighter. He has released a brief statement, so we're hearing more from city officials. He's just saying, I'm aware of the fire that JFRD responded to at the Jacksonville International Airport. I want to express my gratitude to JFRD, airport personnel, and all first responders who acted swiftly to ensure the safety of travelers and staff. So once again, he's also pointing out no serious injuries reported. Operations are being assessed to ensure safe resumption of services. So he also says, I encourage the public to follow official airport and city updates for the most accurate and timely information. We cannot stress that enough. Please be patient. Listen to these officials who are there. They know what they are doing, and they are doing everything they can to keep everyone safe, as a lot of this is still being sorted out.
And we're watching live the Florida Department of Transportation cameras and our own cameras, giving us a picture of what first responders are busy doing. They are right next to the hourly garage where this fire broke out about 12:30 today. It looks like FDOT is redirecting their cameras on us there. All right. Lots of traffic there, people turning around, and we're getting, it looks like, a zoom into, I think that's Yankee Clipper Drive right there. And we see more first responders entering the Jacksonville International Airport. That just happened on us live. It looks like FDOT switched up their camera.
And that does happen. That is something that they do. Let's go right back to Janice Harris, who is there on the ground gathering new information. Hey, Janice, can you hear us?
Hey, Ashley. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, it's a lot of people still out here. Some sitting in the grass. Cars are parked here. Some people have turned their cars on in their air conditioning. But what you will notice, and what we've noticed over time, is that some of those shuttle buses that you normally see that would come and drop you off or pick you up, they're actually getting people from the airport, whether they are an arrival or departure, and bringing all of them here. So if you have a loved one that was leaving today for a flight that may have been delayed, canceled, etc., you may want to call them and find out. Or if you're here at the airport, let your loved one know that you likely will not be leaving today, and they can pick you up here. But whether you are an arrival or a departure, everyone is being brought right into this area. And also, I want to show you, the times are going to come up in just a moment. It's kind of going through a couple of commercials on here, or advertisements for the airport as far as travel. But what I want to show you guys on here in just a moment is the arrival and pickup times are extremely delayed, and the times that are delayed are highlighted in the orange. That should be popping up in just a second. Typically, this is a lot where people will come when they're waiting solely just to pick someone up, and then it'll show to you, and we'll come back to that in just a moment, and it'll show you this is the time when the flight is going to be arriving. So I'm just going to keep looking at this, but for a moment I want you to take a look over here. You still see people sitting in the grass, plenty of cars that are parked here in the area, and people just simply waiting, trying to figure out what's going to happen. So now we can take a look at it. We see, if we look up here, you see right here the arrivals: Atlanta, Delta, flight 2990, That was originally going to arrive at 2:52. Now it's showing 3:50. There was a flight from Austin that was going to arrive at 1:42. Now it shows 4:05. And look at this in the orange. Those are all of the flights that are delayed. I don't recall there being any major delays prior to this fire for this airport. So you can see there how much this is impacting flights coming from all over the country that are now being delayed. And again, if you are in this airport, whether you're an arrival or a departure, if you know someone, a loved one that's here, let them know the shuttle's going to bring you back to this area. But then from there, you're going to have to figure out if you're going to go back home or possibly make other plans until we get another update from the airport. Back to you.
All right, Janice Harris, thank you so much. So we're going to go back to the FAA airport. So if we can silence Tiffany's microphone because she's on the phone speaking with sources. So going back to this right here, what we're seeing is that the airport closure is until 8 o'clock, and except for private planes and cargo. And there's also a 30 to 60% chance of the ground stop being extended past 4 o'clock. That's what we're seeing right now at this point. That could always change. We're still gathering new information. We're still hearing from officials at the airport. We are going to be briefed at some point. We know that the mayor is there. We have heard that the fire chief is either en route or there as well. We also know city council members are there as well. Lots of people monitoring this situation. So we've been showing you throughout the afternoon. We've had reporters there on the ground showing what the situation looks like, people being turned around, people kind of being up in limbo as they're not able to pick their loved ones up, they're not able to board a flight. Several delays on the inbound side, lots of delays for the arrivals. And I've just been back and forth on JAX's website, also FlightAware as well. So when you're looking at this many delays with arrivals, you're talking about the possibility of thousands of people being impacted throughout the area, throughout the U.S. So we're still following this. We're going to be on the air until we get new information. We're going to be taking everything live, going to be checking in with our reporters. We're also back here working our sources as well. But that picture on the left is how things look right now of the hourly parking garage. It is a possibility from what we were looking at those images, those pictures, those videos that people sent in of us. It's potential that dozens of cars could have been impacted by this. So clearly a lot to sort through, a lot to go through. We're going to have questions about the structural integrity of the garage because that's always a question as well. That's something that JFRD keeps a close eye on when they're at any kind of structure fire as well. And, you know, Tiffany, Ed Booth brought up an interesting point. He mentioned the St. Vincent's parking garage. We remember when that happened. It just turned into, you know, such an ordeal for so many people. It was several weeks before some people could get their vehicles back. And obviously that's something they're taking into account with this, with it being nearly full.
Absolutely. We saw people waiting days and weeks to get their cars, and it wasn't even just an investigation issue, it was a safety issue, right?
Right.
I mean, driving your car out of a garage when it's been damaged could understandably be unsafe, and nobody wants to go through that. We do have one of our reporters, Yvette Sanchez, standing by to give us a live update. She's been talking with passengers and anybody leaving? We saw them getting in their cars earlier. Any more progress there?
You know what? Not much progress. I was talking to a gentleman and he was telling me that his granddaughter's actually waiting in the car because she's trying to get out of here to go to Australia. So they think that that's not even going to happen. And you guys were talking about just how this is going to affect, you know, travel in the next day for people who are trying to get out of here. We actually did speak with two girls who actually had a rental car, but because it's in the structure, they couldn't get to it. So now they are getting a $200 Uber and they are actually going to North Carolina since they can't get to that rental car. And that's another thing. All these people that are arriving or are coming or have left the car there, they can't get to it now. So it's like, how do we get out of here? What are we doing? And then we also did hear some of the officers, they were telling people, so maybe a lot of the people that we did see walking up this way were actually going to the hotel lobby. They told them that if they didn't want to wait out here, if it was too hot for them, to just walk up that walkway, make a right, and they could wait in the hotel lobby. Still, people are sitting out here. They are waiting. Not many people are frustrated, I would say. They're just getting here, and this is almost like a spot just to sit and wait. They are actually leaning on us to give them more information on what's going on, what's happening. But as Janice had mentioned earlier, that, you know, they have taken some of the firefighters out just for their safety. So this is going to be a long time that we're going to be here, and we're going to be learning things as they go. People are asking questions. Luckily, the officers are actually being very forthcoming. They're letting them know just as much as we know what's going on, where to go. People are still coming. People are still arriving. No one's really stopped. I mean, we just saw 2 people get here, and they just got here with their suitcases, and they're still waiting. Now, there are some people who are coming, and they're waiting for the shuttles. We're telling them we're kind of waiting to see if they do show up. But again, everyone has been very, very calm. They're just waiting, and we're just waiting to hear what is happening. I did hear also that there was a young man. This is his first time traveling. He's a young boy, and he's going through this right now. So he's a little nervous about it, but he's doing okay. But other than that, I mean, everyone here is just waiting to see what happens, and we will have more on that later. Back to you guys.
Yvette, thank you so much. And the question now is, are structural engineers being brought in to figure out what the status is of that garage? So looking live once again, we're getting a good sense of what firefighters have dealt with throughout the day, throughout the afternoon. So I know at some point we are going to be working to talk to a structural engineer, so we'll ask about what goes into an inspection of this magnitude, especially with a space, a structure that is this large, and everything involved in that. So it's very much a process, and new information, we are still waiting for it because, you know, it does take time. It does take time to figure out what exactly happened here and where things stand at this point. That's our camera there on the right as well. We do see some travelers. I mean, imagine coming to the airport, having your bags ready, and, you know, you're basically in limbo at this point. People are being advised to check with their airlines, of course, to see what they can do from here. Can they get their flights rebooked? Can they fly out of a different airline? You know, Orlando's not that far away. Savannah's not that far away. There are lots of options there as well. Certainly an inconvenience, but that's the real issue is the safety in all of this. So,
and I just texted my dad. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. He's a travel agent, so I'm saying, you know, is anyone asking you for help at this point? And, you know.
And he is here locally.
Yeah, he is locally, so he does help people. He does, but, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that they're going to be busy as well, redirecting people, because I'm sure it's not even just a flight. What if you were checking in out of the country today? Right. I mean, he was just in the garage himself for 6 weeks, so. And we're joined live now, I'm told, by Andre Lopera. He is a structural engineer who is with Oracle Engineering here in Jacksonville. And Andre, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We've talked to you before about these issues, specifically when the St. Vincent's parking garage collapsed, right? So when you see this picture at the Jacksonville International Airport, what's going through your head? What is going to be the first step as this investigation gets underway?
Well, one, we need to figure out how the fire started, which the fire investigation will start right away. And then we need to estimate how hot the fire was burning and how long it was burning for. And that'll give us an indication as to how bad we expect the concrete to be damaged. Because what we're worried about is the concrete cracking due to high temperature fire and a long time of exposure. And then once it starts cracking, it will start falling, which means it'll start breaking up in chips and pieces, and then those just start falling to the other level, and it starts weakening the concrete.
So once you are able to find out how long the fire was burning and the cause, what happens from there? What do you have to do to say that, hey, this is structurally sound again?
Right. So we would go out there, and what we're looking for is cracks in the concrete, which will potentially allow water to get in there. And then we're looking for spalling, which is the concrete actually being chipped away and basically just falling onto the levels below. And what we would do is we would start closing off those sections of the garage to make sure that nobody's walking through there, and to definitely make sure that there's no kind of traffic through there, because we're concerned with the concrete losing strength. And when you have cars driving over weak concrete, it opens up the potential for the concrete to fail, like it did at St. Vincent's Garage.
Sure, I can understand that. And what we saw with the St. Vincent's parking garage incident, it took people a while to get their cars back. In some cases, months. So what do you expect to happen here for the people who are just sitting waiting like, hey, my car is parked there. What do I do now?
Well, the initial process is for the fire department to clear the area off and hopefully get basically a construction specialist or structural engineer and probably the city of Jacksonville inspectors to go out there and clear the area for people to start getting their cars out. Yeah, because it's definitely a concern. But the most important thing is the public safety. As a structural engineer, that is our main goal.
So at some point, when will they remove those cars from the garage? Does that happen immediately, or does it happen after the investigation is complete?
Well, not necessarily an investigation. Not necessarily like a full, investigation, a full completion of any sort of report. Basically, what we're looking for is just it's a visual inspection initially, and we're looking for weak areas of concrete, like areas where the concrete cracks are large, and big areas of spalling. More than a square foot of spalling of concrete just falling off of those slabs.
Andre, can you give us any perspective on what repairs would look like in a situation like this with such a large structure?
Yes, the repair for the fire damage, which is basically concrete and wall repairs, it's similar to other types of repairs. Basically you're looking for just a lot of cracks, and you're looking for potential pathways for water to get into those areas. So the repair of concrete, it's straightforward. We design it to meet or exceed today's building code standards and the concrete standards, the ACI manual, and then the areas shored up, and then the repairs are done, and then the garage is reopened once the concrete meets its full strength again.
And I'm not sure if you've seen some of the video of the initial flames or the smoke. It looks like it is, wherever this fire started, it was on the 3rd floor of the garage. What does that tell you? I mean, is that good news, bad news? Is there anything you can derive from that information?
Well, it's somewhat bad news because it's potentially affected the floors above and the floors below. So with a fire that starts on the roof, you're only worried about the floor slab below you. In this case, now you're basically sealing off all the areas on the slabs above that and the slabs below that. So it's not a good place for the fire to start.
Pretty scary stuff, and thankfully we've been informed that there are no serious injuries. But when you think about a parking garage, people are arriving, they're getting ready to leave. They could be there in the parking garage, and some new information from city officials will come in terms of what that looks like. But obviously, Andre, it's a long process from start to finish, figuring out what is safe and when it will be safe.
Yes, it is. It is, and the longest part of the process is that investigation time. As you saw with St. Vincent's Garage, it's many months of investigation, and report writing and documentation. So, but the hope is for this garage that, we've seen what happened in other parking garages that have failed in this area, that we're able to team up with the city and we're able to get out there as soon as we can and clear the area off. And at least provide some sort of traffic path so that there's no cars or no people walking around the immediate vicinity of where the fire happened.
And Andre, I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here, but do you anticipate going out to this garage yourself to inspect it? Is that a possibility?
I would be open to inspecting it, but of course, I would need to have some sort of phone call from someone in order to start that process.
Right, so you wait for the phone call. Okay, that's great. Is there any information you think that would be valuable to our viewers to understand when it comes to the structural integrity of the garage now that it appears there was a fire on the top floor?
Yeah, so as far as the integrity, it would affect the slab in the air, the slabs and the beams in the vicinity of the fire, but you're not talking about it affecting a slab that's 200 feet away. So basically, as far as closing off the garage, we would isolate an area around the fire, add a little bit more distance to that, and then isolate that area from top to bottom to every single floor. But, things like, I wouldn't expect things like stairwells to be affected. If the fire happened in the middle of the garage somewhere, I wouldn't expect for, stairwells to be affected or cars that were parked on the complete other side of the garage to be affected.
In this garage, if you're familiar with it, the hourly garage, there are some walkways that lead into the airport where you're going to be getting on a plane. Those walkways, are those a part of the conversation here when it comes to the integrity of the structure?
I would not expect. I believe you're referring to the walkways in between the airport.
Yes,
I'm not
in
sure
the
if they're
garage.
elevated. Are they elevated?
I think at some points they are. I can't say for certain, but I believe you park on a few top floors of the garage and you walk across to get to the actual airport.
Yes, I do remember. If the fire happened close to those areas, then I would be concerned because those beams probably are connected to columns that also support the garage. So I would expect that. But not knowing where the fire is, it's hard to tell from this point. But if it happened close to those walkways, I would expect that those walkways would be also closed off to the public.
Yeah, big potential impact here. Andre Lopera, structural engineer, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise with us as we're reporting on this live. The Jacksonville International Airport is closed because of a fire in the hourly garage.
And this is an updated tweet from the airport. The hourly garage is still closed, but other parking facilities, in parentheses, daily garage, daily surface lot, and economy lots are accessible. Airport shuttle buses will take them to their vehicles. The pickup location is the prearranged premier parking lot on the lower level of baggage claim. That is important information right there. So that is just in from the Jacksonville International Airport. Hourly garage obviously still closed, but the other parking facilities are accessible. So the shuttle buses are functioning, taking people to their vehicles at those other locations. So we're continuing to monitor the feed from Jacksonville International Airport. So that is information we are glad to share. So if you have a loved one or if you yourself, whatever the situation may be, that is information that is useful to you at this time.
Yeah, those shuttles are going to be pretty crucial. We talked earlier, looking on the Jacksonville International Airport's website, just how full some of these garages are. And we do know that JAX is in the process of making some upgrades, adding a new terminal, concourse, and more parking because there's been a lack of parking in the past or parking opportunities for folks. So I imagine this is going to hinder their process, but we do know, once again, that the hourly garage where this fire happened and some of the other garages surrounding the airport were 90%, 100%, sometimes 98% full as we are looking live on that information on the airport's website.
And I'd like to talk about that for a moment. You know, we've heard for months now and even years that JAX has been so excited about expanding and building new facilities, upgrading, things like that. This certainly is a disappointment to see this occur as well. We're working to find out how much of a setback that may be or may not be. But, you know, it's certainly disappointing that this happened. But the point is, once again, we're still hearing that everybody is safe, no serious injuries, but you know it's still very early when you think about that this only happened roughly, I'd say about 2 hours ago, maybe a little longer.
Yeah, roughly 2 hours ago. And again, I'm assuming when it comes to the ongoing construction there at the airport that it's going to be all hands on decks to fix what passengers are currently using and travelers are currently using to park their cars. And they were planning, again, a 3-level, almost 200,000 square foot expansion at the Jacksonville International Airport. Of course, that project was supposed to be complete in about 1.5 years' time. It says December 2026, and they were also adding a new 2,000 space parking garage there at the airport. So we're going to try to answer those questions for you to see if this impacts construction. Again, we do have crews on the scene, and we know, Ashley, you mentioned city officials are on their way to the scene, waiting for a media briefing from them, of course, to give us all that information and at least answer some of our questions.
Yes, and you know, a lot of these questions, you know, we're thinking of as we learn more, just because there is just so much involved in this. But for viewers who may just be joining us, we do want to say we said it a little while ago, but again, you're in the heat of breaking news. You forget that some people are just joining us. The FAA is reporting that JAX is closed until 7:59, so at least through 8 o'clock, and that is very important information in terms of making your preparations, changing any plans. So we're going to also ask questions about, you know, that's several hours from now, what kind of domino effect we could be looking at as the hours tick on as it gets later, because more flights are going to be delayed as a result, most likely. They're probably coming from many places across the United States. So that impacts potentially thousands of passengers in other airports as well.
Yeah, we were talking to an aviation expert earlier, Ed Booth, who's also an attorney and regularly shares his insight with us here on News4JAX. He was talking about all the flights that were being redirected, that were on their way to the Jacksonville International Airport. Some were going to Savannah, he told us, and it was interesting. He said maybe a 24-hour impact here as far as flights go. There is a domino and ripple effect when flights are canceled, redirected, of course. But in his expertise, he told us 24 hours. We'll start there, the impacts as to your travel plans. If you're trying to get out of town or have travel plans, of course, this could be disappointing. We saw many people just trying to get their luggage and themselves out of the airport in that situation. We have reporters there, Janice Harris and Yvette Sanchez, who are talking to passengers and folks who are redirecting their travel plans. Of course, they said a little disappointment, but everyone was more so happy that the situation was under control and everyone was safe.
So looking at the website once again for the departure side, you know, it's 2:48 now, so no longer looking at any delays from this morning, because obviously we're past that. So we're looking at, from the departure side, about 15 delays. So that number has gone up. The biggest issues we've seen obviously have been on the arrival side. So I don't know if you're able to see, Tiffany, but almost all of these, the vast majority of them are delays at this point. So let's see, an Austin flight, a Charlotte flight, Miami, Chicago. Let's see, we have Newark here, LaGuardia. So it just spans across the United States. Washington, D.C. as well. And Dallas, looks like Detroit is on time. And Atlanta, yes, Atlanta.
And if you fly regularly, you know, like, you're just sitting there waiting. You're at the airline's expense at this point. You could get an update that says, okay, your flight's leaving at 2:45. 2:40 runs around and you're still delayed. And I'm sure that passengers who are sheltering in place inside the airport are going through all of those emotions as they continue to get those alerts from their airlines. And that's important if you do have travel plans to check in with your airline if you're traveling into or out of the Jacksonville International Airport anytime soon. You'll want to be sure to check in because your flight could very well be delayed, if not canceled. As Ashley just showed us, there are dozens of flights impacted.
As I say, it's Friday afternoon at 2:49. It's certainly reasonable to think that people will be getting on a flight to go somewhere or receiving a loved one or friend from another location to spend the weekend. And, you know, I think it's one question I do think we should look into, and just sharing this with the viewers just because we ourselves are gathering so much more information, a lot of these different angles on which direction this could take as part of the process. What about insurance with these vehicles that could be heavily damaged, and what options people may have, you know, because if it was caused by something in particular, what are your options? Can you sue? We're just throwing out some ideas at this point, but a lot of these.
I'm sure everyone's thinking about their insurance. If they have a car parked in the garage right now, Ashley, they're like, okay, what next? If my car was damaged, who's taking care of that bill? Hopefully it is your insurance provider. And of course, hopefully these people have airline insurance. Maybe that's a good lesson to learn, because you never know when things could go wrong. And we were talking earlier about how in most cases, if there's a weather delay or if it's the fault of an airline, like a mechanical issue, that the airline will take on your expenses for an extended hotel stay, or any of those situations that might arise when your flight is canceled or delayed. But in this case, it is to no fault of the airline, so it will be interesting to see who is going to step up and foot those bills.
Okay,
Well,
so-
yeah,
I'm
this
sorry,
is
go
some
ahead.
new information here. Our producer just told us. Ashley, go ahead.
It appears that 3 flights have departed just in the last few minutes, so that is interesting to say the least. Southwest to Denver, Southwest to, what was the second one, Eric? I'm sorry. Baltimore. And did you say to Denver? American Airlines to Chicago. There it is. Okay. So that's interesting.
Yeah, they all took off within minutes of each other. We see 2:36 to Chicago O'Hare, another one to Baltimore at 2:40, and Denver left just a few minutes ago, 2:49. Looks like they're scheduled to arrive in another few hours or so. That's not too bad of a delay. Can we check in with our reporters and see if they can see those flights up in the air?
A question. That's a question I would have for Ed Booth in a situation like that as well. Maybe he has a perspective on this. So we're hearing that a briefing could happen sometime around 4 p.m. That's just preliminary, so be advised. When that time does come, we are going to take that live on television and also streaming on News4Jax Plus as well. And as always, news4jax.com. So, you know, a briefing is coming at some point. It is coming down the pike. So looking live once again on the right, you see that is right there at Airport Road. And I mean, some parts of that are just typical traffic, but we also see people being turned around, and law enforcement is there making sure everything stays the way it needs to be. And we certainly don't want the situation to get worse. And we are now going to go back to Janice Harris, who is there live for us. Hey, Janice.
Ashley, we are here in the area where they essentially have the carport or carpool where people will wait typically for someone to arrive. That's right behind us. But right in front of us, you see in this area, we still have police that are out here explaining to people that they cannot go through, or they're diverting traffic into other directions. And as we continue to go to the left, we have more people that have recently been dropped off in the cell phone lot. These are people that were at the airport. They're slowly getting the opportunity through the shuttles to bring people over into this area, and then from there folks can either be picked up by their loved ones or they're sitting and waiting here. Now, some people have been very hopeful that while waiting here, the airport is going to open and they'll be able to catch their flights. But as I showed you earlier on the screen with regard to the flight schedule, lots of these flights that were expected to arrive have been delayed by 1, 2, 3 hours already because it's a ripple effect of the fire that occurred over in the parking garage close to the airport. And when we first learned about this, we saw photos that viewers were sending us with flames coming out of the parking garage. And now we're waiting to hear from officials on exactly what is going to happen next. We know that we're going to hear from the mayor as well as from JFRD. And I have been told by Alderman Reggie Gaffney Jr. that he is already in the area and he will be meeting with other officials as they arrive as well to discuss further what the next steps will be. But as you can see right here at the Pecan Park Road and the airport road, it is still shut down. They'll continue diverting people for as long as they will need to, even those that are further down the road that may be in the extended parking or even for those that are here in this area. I want to also mention one note. It is hot today. It is a dry, hot air today. And for that reason, we just saw in the last hour a crew member from the airport brought over a case of water out here for people to give you an idea of, even in the shade, it's still very unbearable to be out here for hours upon hours. And that is exactly what's about to happen and is happening for all of those that were either arriving or departing from this airport as officials will figure out the next steps and what is going to happen as we go into the afternoon and evening hours. Back to you.
Janice, before you go, we learned some flights took off there at the airport as like 5 minutes ago. Did you see any flights taking off yourself as you're waiting there?
Now, I honestly have not heard of any flights taking off at all. The airport, from the way we're situated, if you look out this way, you see the extended parking is here. But if you look further to the left, where you see those two police SUVs, the actual tarmac is on the other side of those trees. We haven't heard anything as far as airplanes taking off. Now, I will tell you, when my photographer Sierra and I arrived here, we had to take a very long detour back route. And when we took that back route on Pecan Park Drive, we saw an airplane on the tarmac. And we were told that that plane would likely have to stay on that tarmac until it got an all clear with everything being resolved at the airport. So that plane might be off the tarmac by now, but there was definitely a plane we saw on the tarmac when we arrived here between 1 and 2 p.m. Tiffany?
Thank you, Janice. We were just wondering as we're watching this all unfold live, and great perspective there. I'm happy to see you guys got some water as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Janice, and be safe as always. What a real act of kindness there, bringing water to those people, considering how hot it is outside. The bottom right hand of your screen, 93 degrees. My goodness. And looking live once again at how things look right now. JX Airport still closed. We're hearing from the FAA it'll be closed until 8 o'clock tonight. As always, things could update, so that is something we're keeping an eye on. We are anticipating a possible news briefing in the next hour or so. You're looking at video showing how intense that smoke really was, just that black smoke. And we've seen also some cell phone video from people who are kind enough to share those images with us. That one shows the flames, Tiffany. I was seeing it for the first time here on the air. It's baffling. Wow.
Yeah, I can't imagine rolling up to the airport and seeing that scene. And just to recap our coverage here for us, we do know that there are no injuries. The fire is under control. Again, the airport is currently closed, but we do have employees and passengers sheltering in place inside the airport. Ashley mentioned that a briefing is expected in the next hour. We will bring that to you live here on News4Jax and online at news4jax.com. We had a lot of live coverage to bring you, a lot of great perspective, and we learned a lot through this coverage. We know that the structural integrity of the garage could be compromised, but this is all something we are hoping to clarify with officials when they speak to us shortly here in an hour.
Absolutely. We know that that process is just getting started. We've heard from a council member. We've heard from your structural engineer. We've heard from Ed Booth, an aviation expert, and also Michael Stewart with JAA. So we're continuing to work the phones, bringing you the very latest that we can with this major breaking news on this Friday afternoon at Jacksonville International Airport. As Tiffany said, we want to share once again, no serious injuries are reported. A briefing is forthcoming at some point. We will take that live on air. We appreciate you joining us. Please be safe out there, and we'll head back to our regularly scheduled programming.
See why every day more people are choosing News 4.
Parking garage. You've probably seen this area when you're dropping somebody off at the airport and you look to the left. This is where you immediately see this garage, and it was on fire today, damaging multiple cars. The fire's under control, but there's a lot of structural damage and a lot of uncertainty and a lot of cancellations of flights.
And this is a live look at the airport right now. It is currently closed. At one point, the fire caused dozens of flight delays, but we've learned the airport is expected to reopen at 8 p.m. That is according to the FAA's website. Now, city and airport officials are getting ready to hold a news conference on the fire at any moment.
Yeah, it is a story that we've been following for several hours now. Right at the end of our new newscast was when this fire broke out. You're taking a live look now.
Right,
you see Keith Powers and Mayor Donna Deegan. Let's listen in as they begin to, as this is the first briefing that we've heard from officials since this fire broke out. Let's listen in now.
Good to go? Everybody? Go ahead.
Ready? Okay, good evening, everybody. There was a multi-vehicle fire on the third floor of the Hourly garage. That garage remains closed. It's believed the fire started with one car and then spread to other cars. About 50 cars were impacted by that fire. Fire's not out. It is under control, but it's still burning. So they're still working to make sure that it gets completely out. Currently, we don't, thankfully, have any injuries to report. It doesn't look like anybody was in there. They've sent a drone in, and so far it looks like we're in good shape. We can't know for 100% sure until we can actually get in there and inspect those cars, but right now that's what it looks like. And what we're thinking at the moment, and actually this has just been decided, so I won't even say what we're thinking at the moment. The airport will reopen at 5 p.m. So if you have a flight, it's probably still a good idea to contact your airline to find out if things are on time. You can rebook, obviously, through your airline as well. You won't be able to use the Hourly or the Daily garage tonight, okay? Hourly is impacted, but Daily, they just want to make sure that they can still, maintain the area and make sure that they can get in and out and do the things they need to do to make sure everything is structurally secure. I believe that is the high level stuff. Right now it looks like if you are going to be flying in or out, you can get both incoming and outgoing flights after 5 o'clock. But again, check with your airline on that one, and I'll let the experts take over the rest. And if you have any questions for me when we're done, I'll be happy to answer. Yes. Okay.
You said 50 as in 50 or 15 as in 1?
50. 50.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, good afternoon. When we got this call just a little after 12, we had reports of smoke back down to the floor, which we've seen in video. Our firefighters went in and started getting those folks that were in the garage out of that condition, and then began to actively fight the fire that you can see from pretty much all over town. They have got most of that fire is knocked down, but obviously we have to be able to get inside of those vehicles, under the hood, inside the compartment space to fully extinguish it. Because there was a partial collapse on the second and third floors, and then a secondary collapse about 30 minutes later, we are not putting firefighters in there. We're using drones to look for, anybody that could be in there. Those drones have not, as the mayor said, have not found anything yet, but we won't know 100% until we can get in there and physically verify that. There are engineers on scene. We have an engineer on scene. The airport has an engineering team on scene that are assessing what we're going to need to do to be able to put in there. This is going to be a long process. Obviously, similar to what we dealt with the St. Vincent's parking garage, it's going to be a very similar scenario. There are going to be cars in both that Daily and Hourly lot that are going to be inside there for a while. They're not going to be able to be accessed. This was a second alarm for JFRD, and the last thing I have is we talked with the airport, and that. I know this question is going to come up. That was last inspected. That garage was last inspected in October of 2024. So within the last 6 or 8 months, it's been inspected. With that, yeah.
As far as any rental vehicles, we have people who talked to today that have rental vehicles that they wanted to go and drop off or pick up. But that's all a part of that same structure. So what's
it is, and we actually just met about this just a few minutes ago, and the airport is ready to address that. I think there's still some plans that are being worked on how that and the messaging that's going to go with that and tell people where to go. But the airport will address that when they come up.
And Chief, any chance? So we know, for instance, there's been parking issues at this airport for a while now. I mean, how long do you think this process is going to take until this garage is back up and operating?
I don't know. Obviously, with the collapse, it's going to be a little while, but obviously we have to let the engineers do their assessment, and then they'll give the airport and their team some ideas of what needs to happen, and then they can figure out how long it is from there. But I would not expect it to be a short period of time.
And how will people be notified of their cars that's trapped inside there right now, if damaged or undamaged?
We're not prepared to do that right now because we have not been able to get inside and do an actual assessment of those vehicles. What we do know is that there's probably, and this is a rough guess, about 50 vehicles that were burnt. But we don't know that exact number until we can get people in there and actually look at them. Because some of them are just going to have smoke damage right on the outside that can wash off, and then some of them are actually going to have fire damage.
And is it possible someone's trapped inside there right now?
We don't think so, but you can't say for sure until you can physically get inside each one of those cars and check. But I don't think so.
How did the fire start? Does anyone know with that initial vehicle what may have happened?
The airport has video of it, and we've seen the video. And we know it started with one individual vehicle that caught on fire, but we don't know any details about that vehicle, what kind of vehicle it was, whether it was an electric vehicle, a gas-powered vehicle, or what. We don't know that from the video. We can just see the vehicle that started it.
And can you reiterate the structure again that was damaged in the garage? You said that partial collapse with the second floor?
Second and third floor.
Second and third floor. And the fire caused that, is what we're determining?
The heat from the fire causes the structural damage that allows those T-beams to collapse.
So then these vehicles could potentially be in there during this investigation for probably weeks.
I don't want to give a number because, again, we have to wait on the engineers to give us that information, and we just don't have it available right now.
And the people who's on the flights right now waiting to be boarded from the flight, is their cars trapped there in the garage?
I don't know where those people parked. Obviously, probably I would say some, but I don't know.
Do you know that they're deboarding the plane right now?
That would be an airport answer.
Say they are?
No, that would be. I'd have to.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Well, you have
any more questions for me?
We can come back.
Go ahead.
Michael Stewart, Jacksonville Aviation Authority. Any updates? The mayor mentioned the airport will be opening at 5 o'clock, but obviously flights have been impacted, so it is important that if you're coming here to pick somebody up at the airport, or if you're traveling out of JAX, that you check with your airlines because they're doing the rescheduling of any flights that were canceled or major delays.
How many flights do you think were canceled today as a result?
I don't have that number, but somebody will be getting it to me and we'll have that answer for you.
Any idea about the number of passengers?
If I knew the number of flights, I could tell you. We'll work on that. We'll have to work through that. Our website will probably be able to handle that question, but between that and the rental car question that was asked a little bit earlier, we are working through that issue in terms of how we're going to handle rental car returns.
Let me ask you this, what does this mean for parking long term?
Well, midterm, it means that we have less parking spaces to provide. And we suggest that travelers coming to the airport that are catching flights either use Uber or Lyft or some of the off-airport parking options that are available.
How many less parking spots?
We're probably close a little over 2,000.
2,000 parking spots less now as a result of that.
Well, right now, because we have both garages closed, the hourly garage, which is the closest to the terminal, has a little over 1,200 spaces, and that's going to be closed indefinitely until we can address those issues.
So that's about over 3,000?
No, for the two of them, it's over, for the two garages, is a little over, correct, 3,000.
Yes, over 3,000.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of relief is there for people who are waiting here at the cell phone lot to get out of the heat? I know I see the buses.
We're providing all options available to us to get people where they need to get to, whether it's their car, off airport, or to a point where they can be picked up by someone who's coming to pick them up, or the TNCs, the Lyfts and the Ubers.
The cooling buses
Oh, yes. And these are set up as cooling buses so people can go take a break. I understand it's about 94 out here.
So they'll be here until the airport opens then, these buses?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a question real quick. Will this fire affect you guys' garage expansion plan and project you guys have in place in any way?
Not the existing construction, but obviously we'll have to address what the repairs will be required for the hourly garage.
I do want to commend you, sir, about the
language section it was specifically that caught fire to give the viewer a better understanding.
It was, I don't know if it was second or third floor. What specifically, where was the car fire?
I believe it was on the second floor of the hourly garage.
Second floor of the hourly garage, which obviously affected everything about.
Second and travel to the third as well?
Yes.
Okay. And is this on the east or western portion of
It
the
is the
structure?
it is the section closest to the terminal.
I've actually have a question for the fire chief.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Chief, can you tell us a little bit more about the firefighting operations? How many crews responded? What did the process look like? And also, I'm curious about how quickly do you think the fire spread? From someone told me it was almost like dominoes.
Well, that's how, obviously that's how it works. As that fire starts to build in that car, the heat radiates to the cars beside them, and then they ignite it and they ignite it. And the more that fire intensifies, the quicker it spreads. But we had 7 engines on scene, 3 crash trucks, 5 ladders, 4 rescues, 3 squads, and 3 tankers. Now those crash trucks that we're talking about are normally used on the airfield. But they were brought over because they have the ability they have foam in their tanks, and they could spray that foam in there, which would help us suppress the fire a little bit quicker.
Those are normally used for like plane crashes.
They are,
right?
yep.
Okay. Is that part of the reason why the delay as well?
Well, that put the airport out of, they couldn't operate the airport while those ARF units are off the airfield.
And do you know if people will be able to pick up arriving travelers at the terminals now?
Beginning at 5 o'clock.
Beginning at 5 o'clock.
I had a question for the airport. For any of the flights that were diverted, let's say to Orlando or to Savannah, will those planes be able to now come back here to finish their original flight, or kind of a start over?
That's a decision that will be made by the airlines. It could be anywhere from providing transportation to their final destination or the flight being rescheduled, but that's all decided by the airlines once we open.
Would the airline likely then provide like hotel, for instance? I know some people talked here are from California and they're trying to get back.
That's a decision. Yes, that's a decision that will be made by the airlines.
Can you just clarify for the people in this lot, what is their options right now to get out of this lot? How should they leave? How can they leave? What should they do right now?
Depending on where they're going, back to their hotel or something like that, that detail is still being worked.
And just to re-clarify, do you mind re-clarifying which floor the fire started on for us?
Second floor?
It was second floor.
Will there be another update tonight?
Not a planned conference as of right now.
Thank y'all very much.
All right, you've been listening live to the press conference there. You heard from Jacksonville Mayor Donna Deegan. You see her on the left side of your screen, Chief Powers with the Jacksonville Fire Rescue, and Michael Stewart with the Jacksonville Airport there. And what we learned is that now the airport will reopen at 5 o'clock. They have made that determination, but in the meantime, both incoming and outgoing flights are going to be canceled or delayed. And we learned that there was a partial collapse of both the second floor and the third floor as a result of this fire.
Yes, a lot of information that we got just there as well. I want people to know that they will not be able to use the hourly and daily garages because the daily is still part of the maintaining process. Of course, the hourly is the one with the damage. So we were told about 50 vehicles were burned in this. It started with one vehicle and then that fire very quickly spread. We also know that they were in there. We just heard that Chief Keith Powers will be with Joy Purdy in just a moment. But one thing I do want to mention, they've not been able to get in there. So what they've done is they've put a drone in looking just to make sure that no one is in there. They don't believe there is, but they're not able to physically get in to see that part. So it's still just a process at this point.
Let's check in live now with Joy Purdy. Our anchor Joy Purdy will be spearheading our coverage out there. She's joined by the mayor and the fire chief. Joy, what can you tell us?
Yes, I've got the mayor, the fire chief here, as well as the Jacksonville Aviation Authority. We heard them just a moment ago talk about what happened inside there. Very interesting. There is video available, but Chief Powers, as you said, you're not able to tell what kind of vehicle because, you know, everybody's thinking right now, wondering if it's gas powered, electric powered, what the deal is. But we don't even know for 100% sure that there aren't people in there somewhere.
Yeah, we're confident that there's not,
Okay.
but until you can open those vehicles up, and because, you know, when the smoke and the fire gets on the outside of the glass of those vehicles, if it doesn't break it, that is then obscured by that smoke. And so until we can actually get in there, open those vehicles up and look inside, we can't say definitively, but the drones are right now are showing us that we don't think we see anybody in there. You know, when our firefighters arrived, they found smoke banked down to the floor, and they went in and started getting those folks out of the garage early on to try to get them out of the way. So I don't think we have anybody in there, but we can't say for sure.
And you said a 2-alarm fire for you. We have video. Somebody sent us in video, and we see flames shooting out of the 3rd floor of the parking garage. So it looked huge to us. What does 2-alarm mean?
It just means on a normal commercial structure fire, we have a certain number of apparatus that we dispatch that to. And when the incident commander gets here, if he sees that he needs more, he calls for a 2nd alarm, which just duplicates that first assignment and gets double the amount of apparatus and personnel on scene, so we have enough. And obviously with the heat today, we've got shorter work periods for our folks, so we need that relief to help keep the crews fresh and safe.
And I want to talk to you some more about just looking back at the collapse that happened at Ascension St. Vincent's in 23. But if you could just hold on for me just a moment, I also want to talk to Michael Stewart and Donna Deegan. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Donna, we're looking at buses behind us. These are city buses. We were talking about shuttles, airport shuttles that were taking people back and forth from the airport to get to their cars. What's going on with these buses?
Well, you know, whenever it gets to the type of heat we have right now, we always want to make sure that we can get people out of the heat. And so these are cooling buses. These are so all these people that you see sort of strewn across the grass and walking out with their luggage actually have a place to go and sit and make their plan for what they're going to do. If the airport opens at 5 o'clock, which is what we're being told, then they can go sit in the bus, call their airline, figure out what they're going to do or make a plan.
And we know that, you know, it seems chaotic probably to a lot of people watching the airport, fire at the airport. But this arriving here, very controlled atmosphere. I was very impressed by the police and the traffic. You know, they were directing traffic, and there doesn't seem to be any panic here.
Well, we have some pretty great professionals here in the city of Jacksonville. Best fire department in the country. The airport personnel were on top of everything. So it's really just a matter of initially controlled chaos, right, when everything happens. But then they immediately put a plan in place. And the number one issue being making sure everybody can be safe. That's why they're going to keep those garages closed for right now, just to make sure there's no structural deficiencies that would cause us any sort of problems. But they're pros. They're good at doing this.
And a quick question for you. You have a new concourse coming in the beginning of next year. You just issued a permit last month for a new parking garage. So what does today do to those plans?
Well, it doesn't do anything to those plans, but for the short term, we're down a few thousand parking spots. The short term parking or the daily parking will remain, should open before the short term parking. And so we'll have to wait and see how long all of that takes. But where the fire actually occurred, the hourly parking, that's what I was trying to say. That one will stay closed the longest. The daily parking will probably reopen just as soon as we can figure out there's no structural issues.
Okay, thank you very much. And Michael Stewart, Jacksonville Aviation Authority, thank you so much. I think what everybody wants to know, in case they missed it, they're trying to catch a flight or they're trying to pick people up. When are we opening?
5 o'clock.
But
you have to check with your airlines. Obviously, all of the flights that were diverted are flights that would have normally been leaving here. So we don't have the aircraft for a lot of outgoing right now. That will take a little time to catch up. But incoming flights will be able to come in after 5 o'clock.
And I do know that after the fire happened, there were people who were actually at their gates and some flights were allowed to leave.
Yes, they did.
If people were there and ready to get on.
If they were ready to take off those flights, we moved them on out for an abundance of caution, and they were ready to go.
And the airport is doing what it can to help people as well. I think I saw you all handing out water.
Right, and our courtesy parking lot here is full. We have shuttles that will be taking them back to the terminal when it's time for them to go, or getting them to, they're going to be ending up in hotels, because a lot of people may have to stay overnight depending on their departure aircraft.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to jump back here real quick to you, Chief. 2023, the garage partial collapse at Ascension, Riverside, St. Vincent's. This feels like deja vu. That was a partial collapse, structural damage. Compare that for me, because people remember the detail that we got out of that situation.
Yeah, it's very similar, other than there was a bunch of fire. The fire, that was a collapse related to a structural integrity issue. This collapse was caused by the fire that then impeded on some of probably the fasteners, and the engineers will have to tell us this, but the fasteners that hold those T-beams up, and they then collapsed down on the cars. And then about 30 minutes after the first collapse, there was a secondary collapse that occurred. And that's part of the concern. And while we have structural engineers that are over there now trying to determine when it'll be safe for first responders to get in there, and that may be a long period of time.
But you've got the drones in there. I remember that from last time. So
we do.
What have you been able to see so far with those drones?
That we don't see anybody in there. Again, we can't be sure till we get in there. But just a lot of damage, a lot of burnt vehicles. Obviously, it started on the second floor, and then on the outside of the garage, it kind of rolled over. The fire was rolling over the outside of the garage and kind of caught some of those third floor cars on fire. We think about 50 vehicles are burnt, but until we get in there, we won't know 100%.
Chief, thank you so much. I appreciate your time after this news conference. Thank you. I want to thank the mayor as well as the Jacksonville Aviation Authority. Right now, we saw this area outside the cell phone parking lot completely full of people sitting along the ground, but most of them have made it to these cooling buses. And some of these buses are stopping by, letting people know where they are headed to. So I heard one of the bus drivers come out and go by and say, does anybody want to go to the River City Marketplace? That's where we're heading. So people who are able to get there closest to their destination, if it was at that River City Marketplace, people were getting on those buses. But for now, I am going to toss it over. We have a full crew out here, many reporters covering this from all angles. Yvette Sanchez is standing by. She has been talking to some of these people who were affected by this stoppage.
Yeah, Joy, that's right. And like you mentioned earlier, a lot of these people have been, and like I said earlier as well, cool, calm, collected, and they sprung it, Jacksonville sprung into action and did what they had to do. Now, I know you spoke about those cooling buses, and these are actually the cooling buses right here. Another one just arrived. This last one just arrived. Some people got off, and they're sitting here. They're waiting to board again. And actually, the drivers who have been driving these buses, they've actually come out, and they were offering everyone water. So they've been really, really, really worried about, how people are, making sure everyone is comfortable out here. And we even spoke with some of the drivers, and they told us that what they are doing now is, like you said, they're taking them to where they want to go, but they said they're actually being really, really flexible. So if you're going to be at the marketplace and you need to be somewhere near there, they will go ahead and take you there. So they're really being very accommodating during this time, and everyone seems to be happy. I was actually standing next to some ladies. They were asking me for the update because the mayor was just a little bit farther from us. I was letting them know, and everyone is pretty relaxed, and everyone's just waiting to see what happens. Everyone's checking their airlines, making sure that they're in. If they're not, where they're going to go, what they're going to do. So everyone is really taking a really good approach to this, and I really think that just goes to show the city of Jacksonville, they set a precedent. Everyone really is just getting things done, and it is very, 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 well put together. But for right now, back to you, Joy.
Okay, all right, Yvette, thank you so much. Folks, we have so many reporters out here. Janice Harris is here, Ariel Schiller. So we will be covering this for you and keeping you abreast of the changes as they come. You saw the airport was supposed to open originally at 8 p.m. tonight. Now it is 5 p.m. So as this information comes in, please, please, please stick with us on News4Jax on air, online, and on our streaming channel, News4Jax Plus. We will bring you all the latest information. Right now, we're going to send it back to Tarek and Ashley.
All right, Joy, thank you so much, and please stay safe out there. And now we're going to take a live look at the delayed flights at Jacksonville International Airport. So according to Flight Aware, at least 64 flights were delayed today. 49 flights were canceled. Some flights coming into Jacksonville were diverted to other cities. That includes Savannah, St. Augustine, and Panama City.
Our coverage continues right now on news4jax.com and News4Jax at 5 o'clock. We're getting new details, as this is still a fluid situation as they come into our newsroom. We're going to have more on this continuing coverage right after we take a brief break.
Garage, damaging close to 50 vehicles. And we've learned from Mayor Donna Deegan in a news conference an hour ago that the fire started with one car and then quickly spread.
Yeah, there was also a partial collapse in the second and third floor of the garage because of the fire. No reports of injuries, thankfully, but JFRD is going to check each of the vehicles to make sure that there are no occupants inside. Our crew has been on the scene all afternoon gathering information. We begin with News 4 Jax anchor Joy Purdy. She's anchoring our coverage tonight from the airport. Joy?
Hi, Tarek Ashley. We are here at the cell phone parking lot. This is where people have been brought as they are getting off planes and where people have been coming if they are looking for planes. That was when the airport was shut down. It is 5 o'clock. The airport is officially open. But as you heard, Michael Stewart with the Jacksonville Aviation Authority, a little bit earlier, he said, make sure you check with your airline because obviously this has affected flights in and out. We are standing here. This is the main road into the airport. You follow this road this way and you will come to arrivals. There where you see the flashing lights of those cars with JSO, that is where the economy parking lot is. We came in I-95. We didn't take 295 here. We came I-95 into the back way off of Pecan Park Road North, and we had no problem at all. That was around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we were able to come in right there to the economy parking garage. Parking, I should say. But there are so many people that are still affected by this, even though the airport is open. I see a woman. She is over here sitting on the park bench, and very quickly, hello, how are you? Good, good. Can I get your name real quick?
My name is Valerie.
Valerie, are you coming in or are you going out?
I'm coming in from Buffalo this morning.
Oh, okay. And welcome to Jacksonville. And what are you doing? You're waiting. You've been here for a little while.
It's been a while, yeah. Luckily it's just a pleasure trip, so I'm not late for anything.
What time did you fly in? What time did you get in? And what was your experience?
I landed at noon. I was waiting on a rental car, but obviously they weren't letting those out of the parking garage. I saw the black smoke and everything and saw something must have been going on, so.
And did you get a shuttle over here to the cell lot?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now you're waiting for?
A friend. Thankfully, someone was coming to pick me up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Yeah, so there are still some people out here, but
All right, we do appear to have lost Joy Purdy's signal there, but she'll be joining us when she gets the signal back. In the meantime, we have another reporter there at the scene. Let's go to Yvette Sanchez. Yvette, what can you tell us from your vantage point as far as what you're seeing?
All right, sorry guys, I could not hear you. The phone call actually dropped. So I actually have Cassie and Nina here. So you guys said you guys were coming in, correct?
Yes, from Washington, D.C.
So are you guys originally from here? Or are you guys here to visit?
Our brother and his family live here. We're visiting for our nephew's graduation.
So, I mean, obviously you guys were coming in. So what was it like coming in with the fire going on and all of that?
Yeah, we were actually in the parking garage when it got on fire. We were trying to pick up our rental car and we had the keys and we were walking and there was a bunch of smoke and all of a sudden they just started yelling like, you gotta get out, you gotta get out. So then we had to go back to the airport and then we've just kind of been hanging out ever since, waiting to get some news or updates or get picked up, which is very difficult as well.
And you guys said that someone's gonna be picking you guys up fairly soon?
Yeah, last time we heard our dad was like 0.8 miles away and he isn't able to get through. So we're just kind of waiting for him to be able to get through to us.
Well, if you want, you can tell him to go the back way.
Okay.
And maybe he will be able to pick you guys up on time. But thank you guys for talking to us, and I'm glad you guys at least are back here. And I'm sorry you didn't get the rental car, but someone's here to pick you guys up. But for right now, back to you, Joy.
imagine the cell phone service is a little spotty out here. Everybody's trying to call everybody. But we're going to check in with Janice Harris. She is here as well. And as we told you, the airport officially opened at 5 p.m. Janice is driving around to see what she can tell us about that. Janice?
Yes, so we just left the area, which was that carpool area where you typically wait to see the time of arrival for a flight. Well, right now, as we drove out of that, there's a line where people are either exiting the airport or they're going around a loop to be where I am right now. So I'm right behind a black vehicle. This is kind of like one of those larger commute vehicles as well, or shuttles, as you can see. And this road, which is Airport Road, is still blocked off. So you see the actual, the fighter jet that's to the left. Then you can also see one of the shuttles to the left as well. But right in front of us, we're still waiting to get through to try to actually get our first look as we go up the ramp where you typically go for departures and arrivals. Now, to the right of us, we still see traffic coming through the area, and most of it is being diverted back to that area near the car pool. But for now, we're still waiting to get through this area. The other thing that we've been watching that you normally do not see is there are people walking along Airport Road from their hotels, walking back this way, which is at least a good mile or two, because they learned about the fact that the airport was reopening at 5 p.m. with the hope that they can finally get on their flight. But remember, even though the airport is reopening at 5 o'clock, you'll want to make sure you call the specific airline that you're with to find out how they've diverted your flight, where your flight might be, if they've rescheduled it, or if it is going to occur on a different day from today. But again, officially right now, the airport is reopened, but logistically, there's just a lot that has to be taken care of. And so we're waiting. Hopefully we'll get through within the next 10 to 15 minutes. But also for those of you that may have had a rental vehicle, the airport is still working out that as well, pickups and drop-offs, as well as some of the parking issues as well. But we will keep you posted on what's going to happen next as we try to actually get through in the same way you would try to get through if you were here right now. Joy?
We are talking about this fire, which has been contained. We had some video of it. Viewers have been sending in great video. We thank you for that, of flames coming from the third floor. I got a chance to talk to the fire chief earlier, and the great news is that no one has been hurt. He said they were able to get the drone inside that parking garage, and they were able to see that there were no people there, but they still want to get eyes on each of those cars that has been affected by this fire and others that may be affected by that partial collapse. And of course, once you know that everybody's okay, one of the things that people have kind of been talking about around here, they want to know, okay, so the fire chief said the fire started with one vehicle. They have video of that. They're able to see that, but they weren't able to see what kind of car it was. That's been the scuttlebutt out here. People wondering, was it a gas-powered car? And I asked the chief. As you said, you're not able to tell what kind of vehicle because, you know, everybody's thinking right now, wondering if it's gas-powered, electric-powered, what the deal is. But we don't even know for 100% sure that there aren't people in there somewhere.
Yeah, we're confident that there's not,
Okay.
but until you can open those vehicles up, and because, you know, when the smoke and the fire gets on the outside of the glass of those vehicles, if it doesn't break it, that is then obscured by that smoke. And so until we can actually get in there, open those vehicles up and look inside, we can't say definitively, but the drones are right now are showing us that we don't think we see anybody in there. You know, when our firefighters arrived, they found smoke banked down to the floor, and they went in and started getting those folks out of the garage early on to try to get them out of the way. So I don't think we have anybody in there, but we can't say for sure.
All right, our team coverage continues out here live as we continue to cover the partial collapse of this parking garage as well as the fire that happened here at the Jacksonville International Airport. Coming up at 5:30, Ariel Schiller will be joining us, and she is going to focus on the structural damage that they said has happened to this parking garage and what that means for future use of it. But for now, we're going to toss it back to Ashley and Tarek. We are out here live. Guys?
Joy, thank you very much for those reports. You know, there are dozens of flight delays as a result of this garage fire. Here's a live look at the latest updates from FlightAware right now. We can tell you at least 64 flights were delayed today. 49 at least were canceled. Some flights heading to Jacksonville. They were rerouted to other cities like Savannah, St. Augustine. We even heard of a flight being rerouted to Panama City. Now, News4Jax will continue to bring you those updates on the airport through the night. Make sure you're checking our website, news4jax.com, as well, for the latest information. Turning now to other local news. A big weekend ahead in
Affected by flights still, even though the airport officially opened at 5 o'clock. I was able to I'm going to talk to this gentleman right here. Do you mind coming over real quick? He just arrived, one of the first flights to arrive since they opened. What is your name?
Edgar Martinez.
Edgar. And what time does your flight get in?
4:47.
And you got in from?
Originally Atlanta, we were diverted to Savannah.
You were diverted because of what happened here?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you arrived and you got here to the airport, what was your experience? What happened next?
I'm going to say it as nicely as I can. It's a zoo in there. It's a zoo. Just to get your bag, to get over here to the cell phone lot, I mean, there's no direction. Nobody's telling you anything. So I feel sorry for the flights that come in after this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. From out here, we drove in. We went up I-95 and came around the back way into the airport off Pecan Park Road North. We didn't have any problems. That was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I would imagine that has changed. In the meantime, we want to thank this person who just talked to me. He wanted to show me some pictures. He has a firefighter friend who took some pictures here, but we have to get permission to be able to use those. But we do thank all of you who have gone to Snapjacks and have sent in video and pictures. We have new video of plumes of smoke coming from that fire, which broke out about noon today, and it was contained about an hour and a half later. There you see this great video that came from our viewer Renegade 1952, and we also had video of the flames that were coming out of the third floor. A viewer sent us that as well. This happening right when it happened, right around noon. In the meantime, now that we know there are people are safe, we're looking at the structural damage of this parking garage. Ariel Schiller is standing by with more on that. Ariel?
Joy, actually, we do have some breaking news right now. The road that leads to the airport literally just reopened. If you could just imagine for what it was like, there were cop cars blocking off here. There were cars lining this road just a few minutes ago. They all were driving through, really excited, honking their cars because they were just so excited. We talked to some of them on the side of the road because we wanted to hear how things were going. A lot of them were really frustrated. I imagine now they're much happier that they're able to get to the airport and hopefully get to their flights. But in the meantime, I did talk to Dr. Adil Osofti, who is a civil and structural engineer, about this parking garage. He says from his experience, the fact that parts of the airport were blocked off from the public is part of protocol while they work to secure the garage. Also, he shared that parking garages are made of very strong materials, so they're supposed to be able to resist fire. He says once the fire is contained, crews will likely be working to figure out if the garage needs to be totally rebuilt or just repaired in the area where the fire happened.
We're lucky that no one got hurt, and we don't want anyone to get hurt while doing the repair, but the repair will take some time. The assessment first will take some time, and the repair will take some time as well. But ultimately, we would like to have a sound and safe structure at the very end.
Now, Dr. Al-Safti also shared that the fire could have affected electrical components of the garage, so those will have to be repaired potentially to make sure that the garage is up to code. Ultimately, he says repairs are necessary to bring everything back up to code. Coming up at 6:30, I spoke with a man who is actually walking on this road behind me here in order to get to his flight at 7 o'clock. That's coming up at 6:30, but for now, I'll toss it back to Joy.
All right, Ariel Schiller, thanks. And I've had a couple of people come up to me and confirm what Ariel has said, that this road is open, but I'm looking at the traffic coming into the main road of the airport. It is creeping along. So pack your patience and, of course, call ahead if you have flights or you're picking up someone from a flight. There are a bunch of people here just trying to find their Uber drivers. And it's kind of a situation going on where they're trying to get in touch with everybody. But we've got traffic patrol out here. They're doing what they can to get everybody moving and keeping this area clear so people can get in and out of it. We will continue our live coverage here from the airport. Coming up at 6 o'clock, you'll hear from Janice Harris. She is driving around somewhere in this, and she'll be able to give us a live look at what it is looking like as she is maneuvering throughout this area. For now, we're going to take it back to the studio. Tarek and Ashley.
Joy, thank you for that report. All right, stick with us here on News4JAX. We're going to have a lot more on this story.
And our teams are going to be live at the airport throughout the night. We'll check back in with Joy and our team of reporters coming up on News4JAX at 6 o'clock.
Now to other local news tonight. An organization in Putnam County is looking to improve their animal welfare there and the safety of the residents as well as it relates to wild dogs or cats.
And as News4JAX reporter Khalil Maycock shares, the group is looking for the community's input in making this happen.
Before heading into the store to buy supplies for her animal, Kim spoke with me about her perception of the state of animal welfare in Putnam County.
It's awful because there are so many dogs and cats that are just thrown out around here, but you can't get nobody to help.
That animal lover says she doesn't like this and she wants to see a change. So does Animal Welfare League of Putnam County, a nonprofit.
Right now at 6 o'clock, you're taking a live look at Jacksonville International Airport. The airport is back open for travelers, but flames tore through the hourly parking garage. The fire is still burning, we're told, but it is under control right now. A News4Jax viewer uploaded this video to Snapjacks. This is that dark smoke billowing into the air this afternoon from the airport garage. Jacksonville Fire and Rescue saying 50 cars were damaged as a result of the fire. And one woman talked to us learning about the fire as she was waiting at the airport to pick up her loved ones.
We had sat in the cell phone lot to pick up my parents and saw some smoke, so we were trying to figure out what was going on. So eventually we learned that there were 3 cars in the parking garage that had caught on fire, and they had shut the terminal down so no one can go in or out.
And within the last 2 hours, we've learned the fire started on the 2nd floor with 1 car and then quickly spread to other cars. Mayor Donna Deegan shared this update during this afternoon's news conference.
There was also a partial collapse to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the garage because of the heat from the fire. Thankfully, no reports of injuries, but Jacksonville Fire and Rescue will be checking each of the vehicles just to make sure. We have a team of reporters live tonight from the site of the Jacksonville Airport with more reaction from travelers. We begin with News4Jax anchor Joy Purdy with new insight into this fresh new investigation. Joy?
Hi, Tarek, Ashley. A little hard to hear you. The cell phone signal's going in and out. We are here at the cell phone waiting lot where you come to wait for people to get off their planes before you drive on up and pick them up. I am looking at traffic back behind me. You see nothing, right? It was backed up here when the airport first closed. Bumper to bumper traffic. It is so good to see it open and traffic moving freely right now. Also, in this lot right here, outside the cell phone waiting area, this was full of people who had just gotten off planes, who were waiting to get onto planes. As the airport was trying to get back into business, it is open and free, and these here are cooling buses. Nobody is on them anymore because they're all getting to go where they are going. I asked if I could come aboard one, and this is our first real. It is a bus, but can I tell you how nice and cool it is? You see, I'm sweating, so this feels really great. And this was a very nice touch. These city buses came out here and they have ice cold water, plenty of it, and they've been able to service people all day long. When the fire happened around noon to the time it was under control about an hour and a half later to the time they finally opened the airport at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Structurally, we're talking about the hourly parking garage. The 2nd and 3rd floors partially collapsed. We received a photo, I did, from Captain Eric Proswimmer with the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department. I hope we can show you that picture. You'll see right in the middle of that picture a beam, a concrete beam coming down. There is significant structural damage here. Structural engineers are in, taking a look. They are assessing. But in the meantime, JFRD has pulled all their people out. We don't expect to hear any updates from them. If we will hear anything, it will be from the airport. But structurally speaking, the first time we have gotten a chance to get right up close to that hourly garage where the fire started. Janice Harris is there right now. Janice.
Yes, and we were actually probably the first vehicle to get up here right after they reopened. Initially, there was a delay. We were told that everything would reopen at 5 p.m., but we weren't able to get up here until 5:30. I want to show you first right here. This is an area where it may appear as if nothing has happened. If you look closely at some of the awning, you'll see where it's kind of an orangish dark color. You'll also see a little bit of smoke damage as well as you look underneath that awning where the vehicles are located. This is a portion of the area where the fire occurred. And also, if we pan a little bit to the left, you'll see the yellow tape for the entrance here, and it's the same for at least 1 to 2 other entrances. And then if we look a little further to the left, you see there's still a lot of police here, a lot of unmarked vehicles and marked vehicles. You also see traffic being directed, and you see lots of cars that have been moving through this area. When we first got up here at 5:30, there was a rush of people getting out of their vehicles, attempting to get into this airport as quickly as possible to figure out what is happening with their flight. In addition to that, I have some video I want to show you guys right now. This is video of us as we came up the ramp and entered into this area for the very first time. We were one of the first vehicles, if not the first, to get up here. It looked like a ghost town at first, and there was a command center as well in this area. The JFRD command center is right here about where we're standing right now. We saw that. Then the second video, we spoke with a woman that works here, and she said it was unbelievable to see the fire right up close. You'll see the flames and the smoke, black smoke, billowing out from that parking structure. She took that video just a walk away. Literally, she was standing right where we're standing right now and could see the smoke from that parking garage and the fire right in front of her face. Unbelievable video. But now, as we see people coming into this area, they're happy, they're smiling, they're ready to get on their flight. And they're very grateful, though, to the first responders that were here. And in addition to JFRD, you see some of their vehicles are still here and passing through. Also saw the ATF here as well, working a part of this investigation. We still see the police for the airport and Ladder 50 further down still here on site. Again, as we heard from the chief, there's still a long investigation to go, but at least for the travelers, they are happier now that the airport is back open. Joy?
Janice, thank you so much. I am soaking in the cool while I can inside these cooling buses. They're getting ready to leave because there's no one to service anymore. But, you know, all day long since the fire started, we've been talking with people, those who were stopped from going on their flight out of JAX, those who just came in and they were one of the first flights to get in at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. tonight. Some called it a zoo inside the airport. Others called it calm chaos. Let's go to Yvette Sanchez, who's been speaking with people as well. Yvette?
Thanks, Joy. I might have to go join you in one of those cooling buses because it is hot out here. And you can imagine, even with this heat, even with the circumstances, people were really, really calm and they were just waiting to get news. And the fact that right at 5 o'clock, like when Jacksonville said, hey, at 5 o'clock, we're going to be opening everything back up. This parking lot is the cell phone parking lot we have been talking about. And just a little while ago, it was completely full. People were being dropped off by shuttles, picked up by shuttles. People were coming in to pick everyone up. There's still some people over there waiting to be picked up. But everyone, honestly, is just really happy. And right before this, right at the 5 o'clock hour, we actually spoke with a traveler. And she says that she was actually in the garage when the fire started. Take a listen.
You got to get out. So then we had to go back to the airport, and then we've just kind of been hanging out ever since, waiting to get some news or updates or get picked up, which is very difficult as well.
And shortly after that, her dad actually was able to make it in, I would say around 5:20ish. He picked her up. He came in through the back end, through the Pecan Boulevard road. He came in, picked her up, and they were just as happy as they could be. Everyone else, everything has been moving very, very seamlessly here. It has not been any traffic, really. So everyone is really pleased with how everything's turned out. And like everyone has said already, they're just waiting to either get on their flight or make it back. But for right now, live in Jacksonville, Yvette Sanchez, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, Yvette, thank you so much. And a reminder for anyone who is coming here to the airport to drop off or pick up the hourly and the daily parking garages, just a reminder, those are off limits until further notice. So for now, we're going to send it back to the studio. Coming up at 6:30, we're going to hear some more about the structural damage that's happened inside the parking garage from Ariel Schiller. That's coming up at 6:30. Tarek, Ashley?
All right, Joy, thank you so much. And taking a live look now at the delayed flights at Jacksonville International Airport. According to FlightAware, at least 59 flights have been delayed so far today. Another 51 flights were canceled. Some flights coming into Jacksonville were diverted to other cities, and that included Savannah, Panama City, and St. Augustine. Now, just 1 month ago, the city issued a permit for a third parking garage at Jacksonville International Airport. But after a fire in the hourly garage this afternoon, this could delay the construction timeline. According to our news partners at the Jacksonville Daily Record, this project is set to cost around $92 million. The new 6-level concrete garage will add 2,000 spaces next to the existing 6-level daily parking structure at the airport. That is east of the existing daily garage and not attached to the one that caught fire this afternoon. Construction was originally scheduled to be completed in June of 2026, 6 months before the new 6-gate Concourse B opens for service. Continuing to bring you updates surrounding the airport garage fire as more info becomes available. Stick with us on air and online.
Roaring jets and unique aircraft, really. The Golden Isles Air Show is making its return to Brunswick, Georgia this weekend.
And it is Brunswick's first air show in 8 years. News 4 JAX Chief Meteorologist Richard Nunn is joining us live from Brunswick tonight with a closer look ahead of the festivities. You got the fun assignment, just saying.
I have to say, for all the stuff going on in Jacksonville, it's nice to be at this airport right now. And, you know, we've taken you through a little bit of the history. They showed you the P-51s with the Merlin motors, kind of old technology, but still flying today and amazing. And then the stunt plane still working on motor and piston and, you know, kind of what they call the ICE, the internal combustion engine era stuff. But we are about to step well into the future. This thing is amazing, and we're lucky enough that we have Staff Sergeant Tessa Hickerson here with us. You help not only get this plane from spot to spot, but maintain, keep this thing ready to go for air shows and everything beyond?
Right, so my job is aircrew flight equipment. What that means is I take care of our pilot's gear. That is everything from his helmet, his harness, his G-suit. I even pack parachutes. I make sure that all of his gear is inspected and ready to go so he can get out there in the sky and perform, especially at air shows like this weekend.
My heart did a little blah when you said you packed the parachutes. Did yours too? Who's she supporting? Check your parachute. Okay, I mean, just having the equipment and everything taken care of it, but a parachute is that extra special equipment.
Right.
How much goes into painstaking care goes into getting that tucked away, and how often do you have to do it?
So each piece of gear has its own inspection cycle. A lot of it is on 30-day cycles. The parachute, however, is on an annual cycle. And it's a little different on the road. We have to make sure all of his gear is good to go and greened up before we even step into a commercial flight to head out to an air show, and we have to make sure those logistics are in place so we can.
And I guess they're not putting this thing on a trailer to get it here, so you're doing that just to get the plane to go from point A to point B for each one of these air shows.
Yes, sir.
All right, so now let's talk about this plane. So I've already told the story half a dozen times. We got here and we got stopped over by the gate so they could check our, security to make sure that we were legit, and it was a squirrel moment.